Miracles of Jesus. Today we visit Peter's house, where Jesus demonstrates his compassion by healing Peter's mother-in-law. This miracle shows Jesus' care for individuals and the appropriate response of gratitude and service. After leaving the synagogue, Jesus goes to Peter's house and finds Peter's mother-in-law bedridden with a fever. He takes her hand, helps her up, and the fever leaves her. She immediately begins to serve them, as described in Mark chapter 1, verses 29 to 31. To understand the full impact of this miracle, let's explore the historical and cultural context. In ancient Jewish society, the role of women included managing the household and providing hospitality. A fever could be life-threatening, and Peter's mother-in-law's illness would have disrupted her ability to fulfill her duties. In the context of the time, women played a crucial role in maintaining the home and caring for the family. A serious illness would have been a significant disruption to daily life and responsibilities. Understanding this context helps us appreciate the significance of Jesus' healing. Theologically, this miracle highlights Jesus' compassion and willingness to heal. His touch and the immediate healing demonstrate his power over sickness. The response of Peter's mother-in-law, immediately serving them, signifies the appropriate response to Jesus' healing gratitude and service. This miracle also emphasizes the personal nature of Jesus' ministry. He cares deeply about individuals and their specific needs, demonstrating that no concern is too small for his attention. Spiritually, this miracle invites us to reflect on Jesus' compassion and his willingness to heal us. It teaches us that our response to Jesus' healing should be one of gratitude, leading us to serve him and others. When we experience Jesus' touch in our lives, it should inspire us to give back in acts of service. First, gratitude and service. This miracle reminds us that when Jesus touches our lives, our response should be one of gratitude and service to him and others. Second, compassion and care. Jesus' willingness to heal Peter's mother-in-law demonstrates his compassion and care for individuals. We are called to emulate this compassion in our interactions with others. Lastly, faith in Jesus' healing power. We are encouraged to have faith in Jesus' ability to heal and restore, trusting him with our physical and spiritual needs. Reflect on how Jesus has touched and healed areas of your life. How can you respond with gratitude and service? How can you show compassion and care to others in your community following Jesus' example? Thank you for exploring the healing of Peter's mother-in-law with us. In our next episode, we will witness Jesus' command over nature as he calms a storm. Make sure to subscribe and share this journey with others. Until next time, may you experience Jesus' compassionate healing and serve others with gratitude.
Agartha. Empire of the Hollow Light Episode I. The Awakening in the Shadow of the Eternal Himalayas, where the winds whispered secrets older than stone. There stood a monastery cloaked in snow and silence. Kadushan, but left at the gates on a night when thunder echoed beneath the earth and the sky itself shuddered. His eyes bore a light not seen in the others, so subtle that only those attuned to the hum of the earth would have noticed. But in the sacred chambers of Kadushan, the elders stirred. Scrolls fell from shelves, dust danced where it had not moved in 1,000 days, and in the depths of his sleep, Kellen heard a voice whisper through the marrow of the mountain. He was curious where others were silent, restless where others were still, and haunted by dreams of cities beneath stone, of glowing rivers and towers that sang. The last bastion of an ancient order sworn to guard mysteries too great for the surface world. There high above the clouds and untouched by time, monks moved with solemn grace through rituals unchanged for centuries. He did not sleep that night. He barely breathed. He had crossed a line no monk was meant to cross, but somehow he had not been stopped. Among them lived a boy, Kellen, not born of the order. The elder's face, worn by decades of stillness, now bore the weight of knowing. He said nothing at first, as if confirming something they had long feared. The gate stirs, and you must descend. Only sat beside Kellen in the cold light of morning, suspended in an atmosphere of shimmering energy. Trees with translucent leaves waved in unseen breezes. Beasts of wing and scale glided lazily above lakes of living light. Obelisks as tall as mountains stood singing in silence, and the air itself thrummed with life. Kellen's dreams were not dreams at all, and the pendant that had been left with him, a shard of black obsidian etched with a spiral, hanging at his neck. As he stepped forward, the glyphs pulsed, the stone groaned. Not machine with eyes like nebulae, and a voice that spoke not just in sound, but in thought, a sentinel of Agartha, till he reached a final threshold, an archway framed by pillars of crystal and humming with energy. The pendant burned against his chest. You are what was promised. The codex pulsed in his grip. And the gate, this living, breathing doorway, opened as if it had always known he would come. Is Agartha, the last light beneath your dying world. He saw memories not his own, the forging of the gates. The alliance with the surface, long forgotten, now awakened by the weakening of Earth's magnetic shield. The codex at his side now pulsed with his heartbeat. The pendant had fused to his chest. The gate was open. And others darker than Kellen had begun to move. And the wars that nearly unmade both worlds. Far beyond, seismic instruments twitched in panic. And deep in the abyss, where the pulse slept no longer, something vast and ancient opened its eyes. And you are its key. To touch it was to accept the burden of memory, sacrifice, and transformation. To reject it was to forget everything and return to the surface. What is this place? And the seal cracked open with a sigh that sounded almost like relief. His feet carried him to a sealed archway. The forbidden archive, guarded by inscriptions that pulsed faintly when he approached. No key, no chant. Before him stretched a skyless horizon, vast and glowing. A new world, under the world. The hollow light chose you.
Damn.
And now you must choose in return. Agartha. Pain lanced through every bone. Visions struck him like lightning. Of cities burning, of thrones broken, of stars dying and being born. The monks gathered as Kellen was brought to the Echo Cavern, a vast underground maw sealed by 9 glyphs older than language. Past veins of crystal that glowed with inner fire. And caverns that whispered stories from walls that remembered. The deeper he went, the more the silence changed. It wasn't empty, it was waiting. The entrance had remained closed since the last surface war. The cost of opening it again was unknown. The stones simply parted, as though recognizing its own.
Ow.
The first tremor came at dawn. It is time, stronger, closer. The glyphs on the walls flared, and a voice echoed in his mind. That night, drawn by something he could not name, Kellen crept through ancient halls, lit only by moonlight. Inside, silence reigned, except for the slow beating of something deeper. Upon a pedestal of obsidian and crystal lay a single object, a book, though no ordinary one. Its cover shimmered like molten gold, and its pages rippled with symbols that shifted before his eyes. Somehow he understood them. The Codex of the Hollow Light had chosen him. The moment his fingers brushed its cover, a second tremor rippled through the mountain. The lumen bearer comes from surface breath, marked by dream and undying death. Beneath the crust, the gate shall rise. When stars align in bloodlit skies. Kellen staggered back, the codex in his arms, his mind ablaze. At dawn, Master Tenzir found him at the steps of the temple. You were called, he finally said, in the echoing silence of the lower sanctum. Kellen approached, the codex in one hand. Darkness swallowed him whole. Downward he traveled, through winding tunnels that defied logic, hours, maybe days. Past in that descent, he stepped through, and the world changed. Gone was the choking dark. Landmasses floated above glowing chasms. Kellen fell to his knees, overwhelmed, and a voice greeted him, metallic yet warm. Welcome, Lumen Bearer. I am Theros. The city has waited. He turned to see a figure of gold and silver, not man. You are the first surface dweller in 1,000 cycles to cross the veil unbidden. You carry the codex and the obsidian seal. Kellen stammered, barely able to find words. This, Theros said, gesturing to the horizon that shimmered with impossible color. He was taken to the obsidian circle, a chamber of mirrored black stone where visions danced like ghosts. Then came the warning. A darkness had begun to stir, the abyssal pulse, once sealed in the deep. You were summoned not by accident, Thoreau said. Kellen was brought before the flame of Rill, a living fire that flickered not with heat, but memory. He reached out, his heart a storm, his mind ablaze. The moment his fingers touched the flame, light poured through him like a flood. And then, silence. When Kellen opened his eyes, they were glowing with the hollow light. Theros bowed. It is done. The awakening has begun. Above, in the monastery now blanketed in stillness, Master Tenzer felt it. Kellen had stepped through the gate, and the world would never be the same again.
From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams and endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our ever pure. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim. With justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand. Get healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jagan Burnham's call. To build a future
Welcome back to Divine Wonders, the Miracles of Jesus. Today we explore a powerful act of Jesus that goes beyond healing and miracles, the cleansing of the temple. This act demonstrates Jesus' zeal for God's house and his commitment to true worship and righteousness. Upon entering the temple in Jerusalem, Jesus sees people selling animals and exchanging money. Angered by the desecration of the sacred space, he overturns the tables of the money changers and drives out those selling doves, saying, "It is written, 'My house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers.'" Matthew, the 21st of December 13. To fully understand the significance of this act, let's explore the historical and cultural context. The temple in Jerusalem was the center of Jewish worship and religious life. It was where sacrifices were made and pilgrims from all over the world came to worship. The outer courts of the temple had become a marketplace, disrupting the sanctity of the space and exploiting those coming to worship. Money changers and merchants selling sacrificial animals were taking advantage of the pilgrims, often charging exorbitant prices. This commercialization of the temple grounds was seen as a grave disrespect to the holiness of God's house. Theologically, this act emphasizes Jesus' authority over the temple and his role in purifying worship. By driving out the merchants and money changers, Jesus demonstrates his commitment to restoring the temple to its intended purpose, a place of prayer and worship. His actions fulfill the prophetic words of Malachi, who spoke of a messenger purifying the temple, Malachi 3:1-4. This event also highlights the tension between Jesus and the religious authorities, as his actions directly challenge their practices and authority. It underscores the need for true worship that is not corrupted by greed or exploitation. Spiritually, the cleansing of the temple teaches us about the importance of purity in worship and the need to guard against anything that corrupts our devotion to God. Jesus' actions call us to examine our own hearts and remove anything that hinders our worship and relationship with God. First, purity in worship. This act encourages us to ensure that our worship is pure and focused on God, free from distractions and corrupt influences. Second, righteous zeal. Jesus' zeal for the holiness of God's house challenges us to be passionate about righteousness and integrity in our spiritual lives. Third, self-examination. We are called to examine our own hearts and lives, removing anything that hinders our relationship with God and our ability to worship Him fully. Reflect on areas in your life where you need to purify your worship and devotion to God. How can you cultivate a righteous zeal for God's house and His ways? How can you remove distractions and corrupt influences from your spiritual life? Thank you for exploring the cleansing of the temple with us. This act of Jesus teaches us about the importance of purity in worship and a righteous zeal for God's house. Make sure to subscribe and share this journey with others. Until next time, may you seek to purify your worship and cultivate a passionate devotion to God.
A call to prayer and peace, India, and must choose life, not war. O God of peace, God of justice, we come before you broken-hearted and burdened. Today, we raise our voices and hearts in a plea that goes beyond borders, beyond politics, beyond drones, missiles, or military might. India and two nations with shared histories, intertwined cultures, and millions of families whose love crosses man-made lines now stand at the edge of catastrophe again. In this moment, as drones over skies and civilians mourn the loss of loved ones on both sides, we remember the sobering words of, "An eye for an eye will make the whole world blind." We are there now. blinded by vengeance, blinded by fear, blinded by power. The first drone war between nuclear neighbors is not a triumph of technology. It is a tragedy of humanity. Drones may be unmanned, but their consequences are deeply human. 36 lives lost in 16 civilians dead in India. Cities like trembling under fire. Families unable to sleep, children too afraid to attend school, elders too weary to hope. And yet, hope must not die. A personal plea. My own family is split between the two countries. I have cousins, uncles, nieces, people I love on both sides of the line of control. They cannot travel to see each other. They speak in whispers. They live in fear. This is not a way to live. This is not the legacy our ancestors dreamed of, and this is certainly not the inheritance our children deserve. The cost of conflict. Each drone strike, each retaliation, each hateful word in the media plants seeds of hate in young hearts. We are creating a new generation raised on trauma, not trust. What is the end game? The risk of nuclear conflict is no longer theoretical. Economies are bleeding from military budgets instead of lifting citizens out of poverty.
Tourism, trade, cultural exchange, the lifelines of peace are evaporating.
And for what? The higher moral path. We urgently call upon the leaders of India and to choose the harder road, the road to peace. To listen not to the generals and hawks, but to the mothers who have lost sons, to the children who want a future, to the people who know that peace is power. Recall the words of former Indian Prime Minister. You can change friends, but not neighbors. And the words of peace is not a relationship of nations. It is a condition of mind brought about by a serenity of soul. A prayer for peace. Heavenly Father, stretch forth your hand and calm the storm raging between these two great nations. Where there is hate, let there be understanding. Where there is fire, let there be rain. Where there is pride, let there be humility. Where there is blindness, let there be light. We pray for courage, the courage to talk, to forgive, to rebuild. We pray for wisdom, for the leaders on both sides to realize that restraint is strength. We pray for healing of lands, of hearts, of histories. Give peace a chance. Let us dream again of open borders for families to reunite, joint cricket matches and film festivals, universities and hospitals built together, the sound of songbirds instead of drones. Let us not be the generation that destroyed what we could have healed. To everyone reading this, Indian or otherwise pause and pray. Then speak. Share this call. Let peace not be just a prayer whispered in the dark. Let it be the light we walk toward together.
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is Bangkok, Thailand. Known for its ornate temples and bustling markets, Bangkok is a city of contrasts. Founded in 1782, Bangkok has grown from a small trading post to a bustling metropolis and the cultural and political heart of Thailand. Bangkok is home to some of Thailand's most impressive landmarks. Start your journey with a visit to the Grand Palace, a stunning complex of buildings that has been the official residence of the kings of Siam since 1782. Next, explore Wat Pho, home to the famous reclining Buddha and one of the oldest and largest temples in Bangkok. Take a boat ride along the Chao Phraya River, offering a unique perspective of the city's skyline and historic sites. Don't miss the vibrant Chatuchak Weekend Market, where you can shop for everything from clothing to antiques. Visit the Jim Thompson House, a museum dedicated to the American entrepreneur who helped revive the Thai silk industry. Bangkok's lively street life, rich cultural heritage, and vibrant atmosphere are sure to captivate you. Whether you're exploring its historic temples, shopping in bustling markets, or enjoying its delicious street food, Bangkok offers an unforgettable experience for every traveler. Beyond its famous attractions, Bangkok boasts a dynamic cultural scene and a wealth of hidden gems. Visit the Bangkok Art and Culture Center to see contemporary art exhibitions. Explore the historic neighborhood of Bang Rak, known for its colonial architecture and vibrant street art. Indulge in Bangkok's diverse culinary scene, from street food stalls offering pad Thai and mango sticky rice, to high-end restaurants serving gourmet Thai cuisine. Enjoy a traditional Thai massage at one of the city's many spas, and experience the lively nightlife in areas like Khao San Road and Thonglor. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Bangkok. We hope you feel inspired to explore its wonders. Stay tuned for our next adventure in Barcelona, Spain, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights and experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more travel guides. Safe travels!
The Giant Has a Face, a 5-minute immersive devotional drama based on 1 Samuel 17. 1. Setting the scene in the dry valley between the mountains of Israel and the plains of the Philistines, war has become a constant hum. For 40 days at dawn and dusk, one man walks forward to challenge the armies of Israel. He is Goliath, a warrior like no other, over 9 feet tall, encased in bronze, his armor clinking with confident menace, his voice booming like distant thunder. The Israelites are paralyzed, their hearts beat in sync with his mockery. Each morning, each evening, he looks across the valley and bellows, "Choose a man to come down and fight me." "No," he laughs. "Fine, but tomorrow, same time, I'll still be here." 2. The arrival of the shepherd in Bethlehem. Far from the clanging of war, a teenage boy named David rises before dawn. He chooses stones by the brook for his sling, each one smooth and balanced. Today's mission feels mundane. Deliver cheese and bread to his brothers on the front line, though his heart is more restless than usual. Arriving at the camp, he sees fear etched on every face, battle-hardened men shivering in their armor. His brothers mock him. Saul's armor sits beside the stones, mocking him too. But David's gaze is past the armor toward God. He asks, "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should taunt the armies of the living God?" 3. Fear versus faith. David remembers the lion that menaced his father's flock, the bear that attacked his sheep. Each time he didn't battle with sword or shield, he fought with faith. "The Lord," he says to Saul later, "who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the bear, will deliver me from this Philistine." Saul hesitates, tries to weigh him down with armor, but David shakes it off his feet. Don't fit in that armor. Not his glory, not his calling. He steps lightly. He picks 5 smooth stones. He leaves the rest to heaven. For entering the valley at midday, the valley stands still, heat rippling off the ground. Israel, silent, the enemy tense, and in the middle, Goliath. He laughs when he sees David. "A dog?" he gears. "You come to me with sticks?" David doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't yell. He answers in crisp reverence. "You come with sword, spear, javelin? But I come in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." Every eye from Israel to Philistia fixes on David. He grabs the stone, fits it in his sling, and begins to circle backwards. Steady eyes locked on the giant's brow. 5. The stone flies 1 step, 2 steps, a deep inhale, and then a whispered prayer. "Lord, strike this blow not for me, but for your name." His arm swings, the stone whistles, time slows, strikes Goliath between the eyes. The giant's jaw unclenches, his knees bend. The valley gasps. He falls. One resounding crash echoes like the breaking of an age. David runs forward not to gloat, but to finish the job. He lifts Goliath's sword, cuts off his head, and the battlefield erupts in an indescribable roar. 6. Aftermath. The Philistine army flees fear, turning them into dust on the run. Israel cheers. They chase the enemy in pursuit, emboldened by a shepherd boy's faith turned giant slayer. In the center of the camp, Saul sees David young, dusty, out of armor, lying in faith. Saul asks, "Whose son are you?" David says, "I'm the son of Jesse the Bethlehemite." Brook stones by his feet, giants at his back. 7. Reflective pause. Pause with me. Feel the heat of the valley. Hear Goliath's mocking voice. Remember that when faith moves, giants fall, if you're small in the world's eyes. This wasn't a spectacle of strength. It was the power of God flowing through humble faith. The fighting wasn't David's, it was heaven's. 8. Application to life. Think about the giants in your life. Fear, doubt, illness, broken relationships, financial despair. They're huge, relentless, taunting you day after day. But you don't need Saul's armor. You don't need everyone's approval. You just need 5 stones from God, his promises. In the name, the Lord of hosts. Your battle may look human, but it's a fight where heaven ramps up the stakes. 9. Invitation. So today, if you feel small in the valley, pick your stones. Scripture, prayer, worship, obedience, faith. Sling them with trust. Don't flinch before the giant's roar. Speak God's name, and watch as the giant's knees give in. Remember, you're not alone. The shepherd is with you. Then closing, this is not ancient legend. It's your story. God still uses the unlikely, the overlooked, the underestimated. And he wins. Always.
God's grace, the gift we don't deserve but desperately need. Introduction grace. It's one of the most beautiful and mysterious words in all of Scripture. We sing about it. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. We talk about it. There but for the grace of God go I. But how often do we stop to truly reflect on what grace means? Grace is more than God being nice. It's more than a second chance. Grace is the unearned, undeserved, freely given favor of God poured out on broken, undeserving people like you and me. And without it, we're lost. But with it, we have everything. Today, let's explore God's grace in 3 dimensions. Grace that saves, grace that sustains, and grace that transforms. 1. Grace that saves. Let me assure you, God's grace reaches further than your sin can ever stretch. Romans 5:20 says, where sin increased, grace abounded all the more. You are never too far gone for God's grace to reach you. Ephesians 2:8-9 tells us plainly, for by grace you have been saved through faith. They didn't get the miracle they prayed for, but they got something deeper. The strength to endure. That's grace. She said something I'll never forget. God didn't heal my husband the way I asked, but he healed me in ways I never expected. That's the mystery of sustaining grace. It carries you when life knocks you down. Titus 2:11-12 says, for the grace of God has appeared that offers salvation to all people. It teaches us to say no to ungodliness and to live self-controlled, upright, and godly lives. Not a flashy feel-good moment, but a deep, sustaining power that keeps you standing when you want to give up. You are loved as you are, but you're not left as you are. And this is not your own doing. It is the gift of God, not a result of works, so that no one may boast. Think about that. Here's a man who lived a life of crime and rebellion. Yet in his final moments, he turns to Jesus and says, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. It's the heartbeat of the gospel. It saves you when you're lost. It sustains you when you're weak. And it transforms you into who you were always meant to be. Remember me when you come into your kingdom. And Jesus replies, today you will be with me in paradise. That's grace. No time to earn it. No rituals performed. Just faith and the overflowing grace of God. And not just restores. He commissions him to lead the early church. That's transforming grace. It wasn't instant. It was a process. Messy, slow, and full of stumbles. Don't try to deserve it. You won't. Just receive it, rest in it, and let it change everything about you. But through accountability, prayer, and God's word, he began to change. It wasn't willpower, he said. It was grace power. That's what grace does. It transforms us from the inside out. It turns cowards into preachers, failures into shepherds, and doubters into disciples. We didn't earn our salvation. We didn't deserve it. It wasn't a reward for our goodness. It was a rescue from our sin. Every one of us was spiritually bankrupt. It walks with us every day. Life is hard. The Christian walk is challenging, but grace sustains us. We had nothing to offer God, but in His love, He extended grace through Jesus Christ. And what did God say? My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. One of the most powerful pictures of this is the thief on the cross. Maybe you feel like you've messed up too much for God to love you too. Grace that sustains. Grace doesn't stop at salvation. Paul knew this well. In 2 Corinthians 12, he talks about a thorn in the flesh, something painful he pleaded with God to remove. I've talked to believers who've battled depression, chronic illness, or the pain of betrayal. One woman in our community lost her husband to cancer after years of prayer. 3. Grace that transforms grace is not a license to stay the same. It's the power to become new. True grace doesn't just forgive sin. It changes our relationship with it. It teaches us, shapes us, convicts us. Grace says, think of Peter. He denied Jesus 3 times, publicly, shamefully. But after the resurrection, Jesus restores him. I once heard a man share how God's grace broke his addiction. Conclusion. So today, let this truth sink deep into your heart. Grace is not just a doctrine. Don't try to earn it. You can't. As 2 Corinthians 9:8 says, God is able to make all grace abound to you. That's grace, amazing, overflowing, unshakable. Grace.
Bible Mysteries, Unsealed. Episode 2, The Nephilim Conspiracy, Giants Among Us. In the deep shadows of early Genesis, before the flood, before Babel, before law and covenant, there is a cryptic verse, so brief and strange that many skip over it without pause. And yet, within that verse lies a mystery that has captivated scholars, conspiracy theorists, and biblical detectives for generations. Genesis 6:2-4 reads, There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown. Giants, sons of God, daughters of men, men of renown. What? Is this, some say, myth? Others, metaphor? Or were they something else, beings not of this world? But what if it's neither? It introduces us to a group called the Watchers, a cadre of angels assigned to observe humanity. But instead of simply watching, they crossed the line. They descended, they desired, half human, half divine, beings of immense size, strength, and wickedness. Others would call the beginning of the end. Genesis 6-9 says Noah was perfect in his generations. Was that a moral compliment? Or a reference to his untainted bloodline, and also afterward? In Hebrew, Nephilim comes from the root nephil, meaning to fall. They are the fallen ones. And immediately your mind jumps, fallen from where? What if it's history? These beings are called Nephilim, a name, as chilling as it is debated. These were remnants. The Philistine warrior defeated by David may have been one of them. A giant, descended from something not quite human, survivors, echoes of a pre-flood monstrosity. Others say they were hidden, suppressed, buried deeper than the bones themselves. They went by different names, Anakim Rapaim, Zamzamim, but the fear was the same. Theologians have long pondered, who were the sons of God? Were they righteous descendants of Seth? Book of Enoch once again lifts the curtain just a little further. When Moses sends spies into Canaan, they return terrified, saying, or a spiritual dacia vu. They mated with human women, and their offspring, the Nephilim. They weren't just tall, they were terrifying. God looks upon the earth and declares it corrupts, so much so that he sends the flood. There are photographs, now mysteriously scrubbed from archives, showing skulls with double rows of teeth, elongated craniums, giant femurs. They weren't just warriors, they were aberrations. They were the stuff of legend and judgment. According to Enoch, these watchers taught forbidden knowledge to humanity, sorcery, weaponry, astrology, seduction, what some might call technological enlightenment. It's no coincidence that shortly after this strange invasion, in fact, some scholars argue that Noah's righteousness wasn't just about character, it was about genetics. Did the flood cleanse the earth of Nephilim, or merely scatter their seed? Could CRISPR technology be echoing the forbidden arts once taught by the Watchers? Could the sudden push toward transhumanism, the blending of man and machine, be a modern repeat of the ancient hybrid rebellion? The text is tantalizingly ambiguous. There were giants on the earth in those days. Also afterward, after the flood, after the reset, after the judgment. We meet them again in Numbers 13. There we saw the Nephilim. And we were like grasshoppers in our own sight. These weren't ordinary opponents. Some believe Goliath, but what if they're still among us? We may find that the monsters of old never really died. They just changed form. Stay curious, and remember, not all giants wear armor. Some fringe researchers drawing on ancient texts, satellite imagery, and classified military reports believe the Nephilim didn't disappear. They went underground. Literally. There are tales, especially in Middle Eastern and Native American lore, of vast underground cities, of bones too large to be human, of sarcophagi that defy conventional classification. Smithsonian officials claim to have lost these artifacts. Why? Because if the Nephilim were real, if ancient hybrid beings once walked the earth, then everything changes. History, theology, anthropology, even the present. Some connect the dots between Nephilim and the modern obsession with genetic engineering. In fact, Revelation 9 describes a day when beings locked in the abyss will rise again, creatures with features part human, part monster. Is this prophecy? As Jesus himself said. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the days of the Son of Man. The days of Noah when Nephilim walked the earth. He wasn't just speaking of corruption or violence. He may have been speaking of return. And yet, in all this mystery, one thing remains clear. The Nephilim were not just curiosities. They were a symptom of a deeper disease. A rebellion, cosmic, spiritual, and genetic, against the design of God. Their story isn't just about giants. It's about boundaries. It's about the consequences of stepping into realms not meant to be crossed. But even higher amid giants and watchers and floods, the grace of God rises. He preserved a line. He preserved a promise. He preserved hope. Because even when monsters roam the earth, God never forgets his people. So, were the Nephilim real? Were they myth? Or were they the first warning sign of a deeper war, one that still rages behind the veil? You decide. But beware, because as we uncover more biblical mysteries, next time on Bible Mysteries, Unsealed, the Tower of Babel, Blueprint for AI Control.
God's unfailing love. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Lamentations 3, 22-23 ESV. Some days feel heavy. We mess up. We doubt. We feel like we failed. But in the middle of our shortcomings, there's this beautiful truth. God's love never runs out. Lamentations reminds us that God's love is steadfast, firm, unchanging, and constant. His mercies aren't occasional or sparse. They're new every morning. That means no matter what yesterday looked like, today is a fresh start with him. His faithfulness doesn't depend on our performance. He doesn't give up when we're weak or wavering. Instead, he meets us with love that remains and mercy that restores. So whether you woke up with joy or with a burdened heart, let this truth wash over you. God is faithful. He loves you. He's not done with you. Prayer. Lord, thank you for your steadfast love and mercy that never you fail. Thank you for meeting me with grace each morning. Help me to rest in your faithfulness and live in the freedom of your love. Amen. The Tragedy of Caligino, the mad emperor who burned his empire, a work of creative fiction. Introduction. The rise of Caligino. In the annals of history, few names evoke as much horror and fascination as Caligino, the mad flame of Rome. A composite of ambition, excess, and tyranny, Caligino's reign embodied the empire's darkest extremes. Born to privilege and power, he ascended the throne with promises of glory but left behind a legacy of ruin and despair. The early days, promises of prosperity. When Caligino was crowned, Rome held its breath. A descendant of great generals and emperors, he dazzled the Senate with his rhetoric and charmed the populace with lavish games. Statues of him were erected across the empire, proclaiming the dawn of a golden age. But behind his charming facade lay a volatile mind. Whispers of his erratic behavior grew louder. He declared himself a living god, donned the robes of Jupiter, and forced senators to worship him in humiliating ceremonies. The seeds of madness were sown, though few dared to speak out. The madness unleashed. In the third year of his reign, Caligino's descent into insanity became undeniable. Stories of his excesses spread like wildfire. He turned the imperial palace into a pleasure dome, hosting nightly feasts where exotic animals roamed and fountains flowed with wine. He staged mock gladiator games where senators were forced to fight for their lives. Most infamously, he appointed his horse, Infinitus, as consul, claiming that the animal's wisdom surpassed that of the Senate. The empire groaned under the weight of his extravagance. Taxes soared to fund his whims, and the treasury was drained by grandiose projects, including a golden statue of himself so massive it could be seen from miles away. The Great Fire of Rome, the pinnacle of Caligino's madness, came when a mysterious fire engulfed the city. For days, Rome burned as the emperor reportedly watched from his palace, singing hymns to Apollo and composing verses about the destruction. Some claimed he ordered the fire to clear land for his palace of eternal flames, a sprawling complex meant to symbolize his divine glory. Others argued it was a tragic accident exacerbated by his inaction. Regardless, the people's fury boiled over. The tyrant's fall. As Rome smoldered, rebellion ignited. Soldiers, once loyal to Caligino, turned against him, disgusted by his indifference to the suffering of the people. The Praetorian Guard stormed the palace, where they found the emperor draped in gold, insisting he was immortal. His final words before the blade fell were chilling. "Rome will burn forever, but I shall rise from the ashes." The legacy of Caligino. Though his reign lasted only 5 years, Caligino's shadow lingered for centuries. His excesses became cautionary tales for future emperors.
Ever wished you had a superpower? Well, some animals already do. From creatures that regenerate to those that see like superheroes, here are 10 mind-blowing animal abilities that will leave you amazed. Octopuses can taste with their arms. Their suckers have thousands of chemoreceptors, allowing them to taste whatever they touch. The immortal jellyfish, Turritopsis dohrnii, can essentially live forever. When stressed or injured, it reverts to its juvenile form and starts life over again. Mantis shrimp punch so fast it creates an underwater shockwave that can break glass aquariums and stun prey instantly. Axolotls can regenerate entire limbs, spinal cords, and even parts of their hearts and brains. Some frogs can survive freezing solid in the winter, only to thaw out and hop away like nothing happened in spring. Electric eels can generate up to 600 volts, enough to stun prey or deter predators. The mimic octopus can impersonate other sea creatures like lionfish, sea snakes, and flounders to avoid predators. Tardigrades, also known as water bears, can survive extreme conditions, including the vacuum of space, boiling temperatures, and deep-sea pressures. Bombardier beetles shoot a boiling chemical spray from their abdomens to deter predators. Pistol shrimp create a bubble with their claw that snaps shut so fast it produces light and temperatures nearly as hot as the sun. Which of these animal superpowers amazed you the most? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more incredible facts. Welcome back, curious minds. In this chapter, we're diving deeper into the astonishing superpowers of the animal kingdom. Let's explore how these incredible abilities work and why they are truly extraordinary. First up, the octopus. Did you know that the chemoreceptors in their suckers are so sensitive they can distinguish between different chemicals? This allows them to taste their environment and even identify prey hiding under rocks. Next, the immortal jellyfish, Turritopsis dohrnii. This remarkable creature can revert its cells back to their earliest form, essentially turning back the biological clock. This process is called transdifferentiation and is a subject of intense scientific research. The mantis shrimp, with its super-fast punch, has a unique club-like appendage that moves at speeds of 23 meters per second. The shockwave it generates can reach temperatures as hot as the sun and produces cavitation bubbles that emit light upon collapsing. Axolotls, the adorable salamanders, possess the ability to regenerate not just limbs, but also heart and brain tissue. Scientists are studying axolotls to unlock the secrets of tissue regeneration, which could revolutionize medicine. Frogs that survive freezing temperatures produce special proteins that act as antifreeze, preventing ice crystals from forming inside their cells. This amazing adaptation allows them to endure harsh winters and emerge unscathed. Electric eels, capable of generating up to 600 volts, have specialized cells called electrocytes. These cells work like tiny batteries, combining to produce powerful electric shocks used for hunting and self-defense. The mimic octopus is a master of disguise. It can change its shape, color, and behavior to imitate other dangerous sea creatures. This incredible ability confuses predators and keeps the octopus safe. Tardigrades, or water bears, are virtually indestructible. They can survive extreme conditions by entering a state called cryptobiosis, where their metabolic processes halt, allowing them to withstand extreme temperatures, radiation, and even the vacuum of space. Bombardier beetles have a unique defense mechanism. They mix chemicals in a special chamber in their abdomen, creating a boiling hot spray that can repel predators. This reaction happens almost instantaneously, making it a highly effective deterrent. Finally, the pistol shrimp. This tiny creature snaps its claw with such force that it creates a cavitation bubble. When the bubble collapses, it produces a shockwave and a flash of light, stunning prey and deterring predators. These animal superpowers are not just fascinating, but also provide valuable insights into biology and evolution. Which one intrigued you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments and stay tuned for more amazing discovery. Welcome back, explorers of the extraordinary. Just when you thought you had seen it all, we have 5 more mind-blowing animal superpowers to share with you. Prepare to be amazed. First, let's talk about the hagfish, a creature of the deep sea. When threatened, the hagfish releases a slime that can expand up to 10,000 times its original volume in just a fraction of a second. This slime clogs the gills of predators, giving the hagfish a chance to escape. Next, the lyrebird. This incredible bird is a master mimic, capable of imitating almost any sound it hears. From chainsaws to camera shutters, the lyrebird's repertoire is truly astounding. Its ability to replicate sounds with such precision makes it one of nature's best impressionists. Our third marvel is the horned lizard. When in danger, this reptile can shoot blood from its eyes. The blood contains chemicals that are both foul-tasting and irritating, deterring predators and giving the lizard a chance to flee. Fourth on our list is the sea cucumber. This unassuming marine animal can liquefy its body to fit through tiny crevices and then solidify once it's safe, but that's not all. When threatened, it can expel its internal organs to confuse predators and regenerate them later. Lastly, we have the archerfish. This remarkable fish can shoot jets of water to knock insects off branches and into the water. Its precise aim and strong jets make it a formidable hunter even from below the surface. These additional animal superpowers further illustrate the incredible diversity and ingenuity of the natural world. Which of these new superpowers amazed you the most? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more fascinating insights into the wonders of nature. Welcome back, curious minds. Now that we've marveled at these astonishing animal superpowers, let's delve into the science behind them. Understanding the mechanisms that enable these incredible feats can give us a deeper appreciation of nature's ingenuity. First, let's explore the hagfish's remarkable slime. This slime is composed of mucins and fibrous proteins, which swell rapidly when they come into contact with water. The rapid expansion creates a sticky, gel-like substance that can clog the gills of predators. Researchers are studying this slime for potential applications in materials science and medicine. Next, the lyrebird. This avian virtuoso's mimicry skills are due to its highly developed syrinx, the bird's vocal organ. The lyrebird's syrinx has an extraordinary range of motion, allowing it to produce a wide array of sounds. Scientists are fascinated by its ability to replicate complex noises and are investigating how this could inform advancements in audio technology. The horned lizard's blood-shooting defense is a result of specialized blood vessels in its eyes. When threatened, the lizard increases the pressure in these vessels until they burst, ejecting blood. This blood contains noxious chemicals that deter predators. Researchers are studying these chemicals for their potential use in pest control and pharmaceuticals. The sea cucumber's ability to liquefy and solidify its body is due to the mutable collagenous tissue in its skin. This tissue can change its stiffness in response to environmental cues, allowing the sea cucumber to squeeze through tight spaces. Scientists are exploring how this unique property could be applied to developing flexible, adaptive materials. Finally, the archerfish's precise water jets are a result of its specialized mouth and exceptional visual acuity. The fish can accurately judge the distance and angle to its target, adjusting the force and trajectory of the water jet accordingly. This remarkable precision is inspiring research in robotics and fluid dynamics. By understanding the scientific mechanisms behind these animal superpowers, we not only gain insight into the wonders of the natural world, but also open the door to innovative technological advancements. Nature, it seems, still has much to teach us. Thank you for joining us on this scientific journey. If you enjoyed this deep dive, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe for more fascinating explorations into the world of animals and beyond. Welcome back, fellow explorers of the extraordinary. Now that we've unraveled the science behind these incredible animal superpowers, let's take a moment to compare them to the fictional abilities of our favorite superheroes. You might be surprised at how often nature's ingenuity rivals or even surpasses the imaginations of comic book creators. First, let's talk about the hagfish and its slime. Think of Spider-Man and his web-slinging prowess. While Peter Parker's webs are synthetic marvels, the hagfish's slime is a natural wonder that can immobilize predators in seconds. Imagine if Spider-Man could produce webs that not only ensnare but also incapacitate his foes with such biological efficiency. Next up, the lyrebird. This bird's mimicry skills are akin to the abilities of Marvel's Taskmaster, who can replicate any physical action he observes. The lyrebird, with its highly developed syrinx, can imitate a plethora of sounds from chainsaws to camera shutters. It's as if nature has its very own master of mimicry, capable of blending into any auditory environment. The horned lizard's blood-shooting defense brings to mind the X-Men's Cyclops, who can emit powerful energy blasts from his eyes. While Cyclops' optic blasts are pure energy, the horned lizard's blood contains noxious chemicals that can ward off predators. In both cases, their eye-based defenses are a testament to the surprising ways nature and fiction converge. The sea cucumber's ability to liquefy and solidify its body is reminiscent of the shape-shifting powers of Mystique from the X-Men. While Mystique can alter her appearance at will, the sea cucumber's mutable collagenous tissue allows it to adapt its body to squeeze through tight spaces. This natural flexibility is a real-life superpower that rivals any comic book transformation. Finally, the archerfish and its precise water jets can be compared to Hawkeye's unparalleled accuracy with a bow and arrow. The archerfish's ability to judge distance and angle with such precision is a marvel of natural engineering, inspiring advancements in robotics and fluid dynamics. In this case, nature's sharpshooter stands shoulder to shoulder with one of fiction's greatest marksmen. By drawing these parallels between animal superpowers and fictional superhero abilities, we can see how nature continues to inspire and astound us. The wonders of the natural world often surpass the limits of our imagination, reminding us that sometimes truth is stranger and more incredible than fiction. Thank you for joining us on this journey of discovery. If you enjoyed this comparison, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more captivating explorations into the marvels of nature and beyond. Welcome back, explorers. Now that we've compared animal superpowers to those of our favorite superheroes, let's dive into how humans are attempting to replicate these astonishing abilities through technology. From biomimicry to cutting-edge engineering, we're continually inspired by the natural world to innovate and solve complex problems. First, let's talk about the hagfish and its slime. Researchers are developing synthetic versions of this slime to create biodegradable, eco-friendly materials. These innovations could revolutionize everything from medical sutures to anti-shark wetsuits, showcasing how a deep understanding of nature can lead to sustainable solutions. Next up, the lyrebird's mimicry skills. Engineers are working on advanced auditory systems and AI algorithms that can replicate and interpret a wide range of sounds. These technologies have promising applications in fields like surveillance, wildlife monitoring, and even entertainment, where they can create more immersive audio experiences. The horned lizard's blood-shooting defense has inspired scientists to develop non-lethal deterrence and self-defense mechanisms. Imagine a wearable device that could emit a harmless yet effective spray to fend off attackers, much like the lizard's natural defense. This concept is already being explored in personal security technologies. The sea cucumber's ability to liquefy and solidify its body has sparked interest in the development of flexible, adaptive materials. These materials can morph and change shape, paving the way for innovations in robotics, medical devices, and even architecture. Imagine buildings that can adapt their structure to withstand natural disasters. Finally, the archerfish's precise water jets have inspired advancements in fluid dynamics and robotics. Engineers are developing robots that can mimic the fish's accuracy, which could be used for tasks like precision cleaning, targeted delivery of substances, or even in surgical procedures where pinpoint accuracy is crucial. By looking to nature, we not only find inspiration but also practical solutions to some of our most pressing challenges. These technological advancements remind us that the natural world is a treasure trove of ideas waiting to be discovered and applied. Thank you for joining us on this fascinating journey through the marvels of nature and human ingenuity. If you found this exploration as exciting as we did, don't forget to like, comment and subscribe for more incredible insights into the wonders of our world. Welcome back, explorers. What an incredible journey we've had, delving into the fascinating world of animal superpowers and how they inspire human innovation. Let's take a moment to recap the key points we've uncovered. We started by marveling at the unique abilities of animals, from the hagfish's slime production to the lyrebird's mimicry. We then explored the science behind these extraordinary traits and compared them to the superpowers of our favorite superheroes. This led us to the exciting realm of human innovations inspired by these natural marvels, showcasing how biomimicry and engineering are pushing the boundaries of technology. From biodegradable materials and advanced auditory systems to adaptive robotics and precision fluid dynamics, the natural world continues to be a wellspring of inspiration for solving complex problems and making our lives better. Now, we want to hear from you. Which animal superpower amazed you the most? Do Do you have any thoughts on how these natural abilities could inspire future innovations? Share your ideas and comments below. Your input could spark the next big breakthrough. Thank you for joining us on this enlightening adventure. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more incredible insights into the wonders of our world. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring.
The Long Way Home, a 10-minute immersive devotional retelling of the prodigal son, inspired by Luke. 15:11-32, he had always dreamed of cities beyond the hills. The younger son Levi, they called him, lived in the shadow of his older brother, in the quiet folds of a prosperous countryside estate. Fields ripe with grain, livestock, fat and plentiful, a father respected, a house orderly, predictable, but predictability is a slow death to a restless soul. Levi watched the road from the front gate each morning, wondering what lay beyond the familiar. He ached for something more, something wild, something his own. One morning, he did the unthinkable. He stood before his father, not with gratitude but demand. "Father, give me the portion of the estate that will one day be mine." Silence fell. Even the servants stilled their hands. This wasn't a request, it was a wound. In that culture, such a demand was like saying, "I wish you were dead." But the father, aged and wise, didn't scold him. He looked at his son, long and deep, then quietly divided the inheritance. The next sunrise, Levi was gone pack heavy with silver and gold, dreams thick in his chest, didn't look back. The city was louder than he imagined, laughter in the taverns, music in the streets, strangers who called him friend while the coin clinked. He was someone now for a while. But wealth, like fire, is hungry, and soon the music slowed, the lights dimmed, the so-called friends vanished, and then came the famine. It didn't knock, it swallowed. Levi, once cloaked in silks, now scoured fields for scraps. No one hired him until a pig farmer, foreign and indifferent, offered him work. His hands, once smooth, blistered from labor. He slept among swine, stomach growling for the slop he fed them. He had reached the end. The bottom was not a place, it was a revelation. He thought of his father's house, of servants well fed, of mornings without shame. And the words fell from his lips before he realized, "I will go home. I will say, 'Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me one of your hired servants.'" He walked, hour after hour, day after day. Dirt on his face, shame in his steps. But what he didn't know, what he couldn't know, was that back home, his father had never stopped watching the road. Every morning, every evening. Hope can be stubborn in the hearts of those who love deeply. And then it happened. It's a figure on the horizon, thin, tired, limping. But the father recognized the walk, the shape of the shoulders, the way he dragged his right foot slightly. Before the servants could speak, before his older son could scoff, the father ran, not walked, ran. Old men didn't run in that culture. It was undignified. But love outruns dignity. He threw his arms around his son, pulling him into his chest, tears mixing with dust. "Father," the son choked out, "I've sinned against heaven and against you. Not worthy." But the father interrupted. "Bring the best robe," he shouted to the servants, "and put it on him. Put a ring on his hand, sandals on his feet. Kill the fattened calf. Tonight we feast." At that night, thunder, a sky full of stars, they celebrated. Music returned. Laughter returned. The son was not tolerated. He was welcomed, restored, home, but not all hearts danced. Outside, in the shadows of the celebration, the older brother stood, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. He had stayed, worked, obeyed. And yet no robe, no feast. The father found him sulking in the field. "All these years," the elder son said bitterly, "I've served you, never disobeyed. Yet you never gave me even a young goat to celebrate. But this son of yours who devoured your property with prostitutes returns, and you throw him a party?" The father stepped close. His voice was soft but strong. "Son, you are always with me. All that I have is yours." But we had to celebrate. Your brother was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found. This story is more than parable. It's a mirror. We are the prodigal when we chase lesser loves, trying to find in the world what only the Father offers. We are the elder brother when we let comparison kill compassion, when our pride blinds us to grace. And the Father, He is the same, then and now, watching the road, running toward the broken, restoring the repentant, reminding the faithful that grace is not earned, is given. You may feel far off, you may feel bitter, you may feel forgotten, but the Father sees. His arms are still open.
Here are 5 well-reasoned and insightful factors that contributed to South Africa's historic victory in the 2025 World Test Championship final at Lord's. 1. Aiden Markram's career, defining fourth innings century. Markram's epic 136 in the fourth innings was the cornerstone of South Africa's triumph. Facing one of the world's most fearsome bowling attacks under pressure, he combined composure, stroke play, and intelligent tempo control to script one of the finest run chases in Test history. His ability to absorb pressure and then dominate when needed was vital, especially after the early loss of Bavuma on day 4. 2. The unbreakable grit of Temba Bavuma. Battling through a painful hamstring strain, Bavuma's 66 in the third innings was as much about mental toughness as technique. His 147-run partnership with Markram not only stabilized the chase but also demoralized Australia's bowlers. His decision to continue batting despite the injury embodied South Africa's resilience and leadership under fire. 3. Rabada's ruthless bowling across both innings. Kagiso Rabada once again proved why he was among the finest fast bowlers of this era. With match figures of 9 wickets, including a 5-4 in the first innings, he shattered Australia's top and lower order and helped South Africa limit the first innings deficit. His aggression, accuracy, and use of lowered slope were critical in ensuring Australia never posted a commanding score. 4. Tactical discipline and depth in bowling. South Africa's bowling unit showed exceptional control and depth. From Gianty's crucial middle-order strikes to Jansen's sustained hostility, they never let Australia settle. Bo Webster's vital wicket and even Markram's golden arm at key moments added balance. They consistently bowled to plans, exploited conditions, and applied pressure over long periods. 5. Mental fortitude and historical motivation. Years of near misses, including semi-final heartbreaks and the infamous Chokers tag, had forged a team of hardened competitors. This final became a mission of national pride. They played with a clear mindset, aggressive, brave, and fearless, refusing to be cowed by Australia's pedigree or past failures. The emotional drive to make history inspired them to rise above pressured expectation. These 5 factors combine technical excellence, strategic intelligence, and emotional resilience, delivering a complete team performance and a moment that will be etched forever in South African cricket folklore.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, to another electric episode of I Don't Like Cricket. I Love It Live, the only place where the sound of leather on willow echoes like a symphony, and every test match is a 5-day drama we can't take our eyes off. And this week, we're not just talking cricket, we're talking resurrection, a rebirth, a roar from India that's shaking the very foundations of baseball. Let's dive into it. India crushed England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. Make no mistake, this wasn't just a win, this was an absolute dismantling. India piled up 587 in the first innings, declared on 427 for 6 in the second, and set a world record target of 608. England, all out for 270, chasing shadows and a ghost of their own inflated philosophy. The headline: Shubman Gill's glorious captaincy and batting double-double. 269 in the first dig, 161 in the second. Deep, 10 wickets, including 6 in the final innings. Baseball, burnt to a crisp. Gill, the captain India didn't know it needed. Is this the moment we look back and say, that's when it all changed? Gill batted with the freedom of a jazz saxophonist and the precision of a Swiss watchmaker. His 269 was a canvas, strokes all around the wicket, disdain for the short ball, and a complete dismantling of England's spin and pace. He followed it with 161 in the second, making him the first player in Test history to score a 200 and a 150 in the same match. He hit England's bowlers like a well-synced metronome, making even their best look toothless. And as captain, calm, measured, tactical. His field placements were sharp, declarations perfectly timed, and most importantly, his belief contagious. The players followed his example, and the bowlers bowled like lions. India has had many greats, but with talk already of 120-plus international centuries, Gill might just be the next great heir, a blend of aggression, composure, and artistry. Dare we say it? The new Don Bradman? Baseball bruised and beaten, at home. Now, let's talk about baseball. Remember the hype? The swagger? Well, here's the bitter truth. India just out-baseballed England in England. The so-called fearless approach was neutralized by smart field placements, pinpoint bowling, and scoreboard pressure. England's top order, Crawley, Pope, Root, Brooke, all failed to convert. There was no anchor, no substance, just flashes, and mostly fizzles. Even England's famed depth felt like a myth, with Jamie Smith briefly threatening before being outfoxed. There was no counterpunch, just resistance and then collapse. Deep, from stand-in to star, with Rashid, few expected the Indian seam attack to dominate, but Deep had other plans. He didn't just fill in, he filled up the stat sheet, ripping through England with figures of 10 wickets for 90 across the match, including a second innings haul of 6 for 51. His line was relentless, his length nagging. He beat bat after bat with in-swing, outswing, seam movement, bounds, you name it. At times, even the stumps seemed afraid to fall. And let's not forget, and all doing their part. India's bowling, without, looked more threatening than England's entire attack. 5 reasons why India triumphed. Let's summarize this masterpiece in 5 powerful strokes. Shubman Gill's genius, 2 innings for the ages. England's baseball bust, all talk, little walk. Indian bowlers appended English bowlers, taught them a lesson in their own conditions. Sorry, it's the simple, deadly truth. Tactical excellence. India read the pitch, the match situation, and the mood better. Mental toughness. When it mattered, India stayed sharp. England wilted. What this means for India. India came to Edgbaston carrying the weight of recent overseas disappointments. They leave with a 337-run win, momentum, swagger, and belief. This wind buries old ghosts and awakens a giant. Shubman Gill has not only led India to one of its most dominant test wins overseas, he's reminded the world that this team is not in transition, it's in ascension. India is ready to roar again. At Lord's, at the Oval, and beyond. Final thoughts. So to every doubter of Shubman Gill, to every advocate of baseball, to those who thought India couldn't win in England again, this was your wake-up call. Because I don't like cricket, I love IT Live. Just watched one of the most complete, clinical, and commanding test wins of this generation. See you at Lord's. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Dynamic Dymentionz for more. And until next time, keep loving cricket the way India played it this week.
From the first ball to the final call, we rise, we cheer, we never fall. I don't like cricket. I love it. I love it. Feel the fire, bring the sound. Cricket's king, the world's well playground. Say it loud, say it proud. Don't like cricket. I love it. I don't like cricket, I love it. Ball by ball, we feel the thrill. From Eden Gardens to Adelaide Hill. Big sixes fly, the stumps go down. This game's got fire in every town. I don't like cricket, I love it. Batsmen dance and bowlers hit. I don't like cricket, I love it. Hearts beat fast, we never quit. From Test to T20, we know the score. It's not just a game, it's so much more. The sound of leather, the cheer of the crowd. We bleed the colors, we shout it loud. I don't like cricket, I love it. Spin or pace, we stand and sit. I don't like cricket, I love it. Every match is pure legit. Who's at the crease? Who's on the mic? Let's begin. Raise your voice, don't ever quit. Say it proud, say it quick. I don't like cricket, I love it. I don't like cricket, I love it. Join the squad, we go deep. Toss rolling, no time to sleep. Match reviews and killer stats with quizzes, chants, and cricket chat. I don't like cricket, I love it. Game by game, hit by hit. I don't like cricket, I love it. This is the show where passion's lit.
Am I the only one that didn't know Cleopatra lived closer to the moon landing than to the Great Pyramid of Giza? Mind blown. Cleopatra lived closer to the moon landing than to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And did you know Australia lost a war against emus? In 1932, the Great Emu War saw the Australian Army try and fail to control an out-of-control emu population. Napoleon was once attacked by a horde of rabbits. He ordered hundreds for a hunt, but when released, they swarmed him instead. A Roman recipe for concrete is still stronger than modern cement. Some ancient Roman structures remain intact after 2,000 years. The Eiffel Tower grows taller in summer due to heat expansion, sometimes by up to 6 inches. A man named Tsutomu Yamaguchi survived both atomic bombings in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Oxford University was founded before the Aztec Empire. Oxford began teaching in 1096, while the Aztecs rose to power in the 1300s. The shortest war in history lasted just 38 minutes. It was between Britain and Zanzibar in 1896. Vikings reached America almost 500 years before Christopher Columbus. There was a direct telephone line between the White House and the Kremlin during the Cold War to prevent misunderstandings between the US and the Soviet Union. Which of these mind-blowing historical facts surprised you most? Let us know below and subscribe for more fascinating stories from history. The Library of Alexandria, a beacon of knowledge and learning in the ancient world. Established in the 3rd century BCE, it was one of the largest and most significant libraries of antiquity. It is said to have housed over 500,000 scrolls, including works by Homer, Plato and Socrates. But did you know that the library's destruction remains one of history's greatest mysteries? While many believe Julius Caesar's siege of Alexandria in 48 BCE to be the cause, others argue it was a series of events, including attacks by religious zealots and gradual neglect. Imagine the wealth of knowledge lost. Scientific treatises, literary masterpieces, and historical records, all gone. The Library of Alexandria reminds us of the fragility of human knowledge and the importance of preserving it for future generations. Intrigued by this lost treasure? Comment below and hit subscribe for more dives into the past. The Colossus of Rhodes, an engineering marvel and one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Standing approximately 33 meters high, this massive bronze statue depicted the sun god Helios and was erected on the Greek island of Rhodes in 280 BCE. Did you know that it only stood for 54 years before being toppled by an earthquake in 226 BCE? Despite its short-lived existence, the Colossus left an indelible mark on history. Ancient texts describe how the statue's remains lay where they fell for over 800 years, attracting curious travelers from far and wide. Imagine the awe and reverence it must have inspired, a symbol of unity and resilience for the people of Rhodes. Today, the Colossus serves as a powerful reminder of human ingenuity and the impermanence of even the grandest creations. If you found this fascinating, don't forget to like and subscribe for more incredible historical insights. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, an elusive masterpiece shrouded in mystery and legend. Said to have been constructed around 600 BCE by King Nebuchadnezzar II for his homesick wife, Amytis of Media. These gardens are one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Imagine lush terraces brimming with exotic plants and cascading waterfalls, all in the heart of the arid Mesopotamian landscape. But here's the twist: no definitive archaeological evidence of the gardens has ever been found. Ancient texts describe the gardens in vivid detail, yet their exact location remains a tantalizing enigma. Some historians even debate whether they existed at all, or if they were a poetic creation of ancient writers. The Hanging Gardens, whether real or mythical, continue to captivate our imaginations, reminding us of the blurred lines between history and legend. Intrigued? Make sure to like and subscribe for more captivating historical mysteries. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, known as the Pharos of Alexandria, was an ancient marvel that guided mariners safely to the bustling port city of Alexandria, Egypt. Constructed around 280 BCE during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, this architectural wonder stood approximately 100 meters tall, making it one of the tallest man-made structures of its time. Imagine a towering beacon of light, its flame magnified by polished bronze mirrors, casting its glow far across the Mediterranean Sea. But here's something you might not know. The lighthouse endured multiple natural disasters over the centuries, including earthquakes in 956, 1303 and 1323 CE, which ultimately led to its demise. Despite its destruction, the Pharos left an indelible mark on history, influencing the design of lighthouses for centuries to come. Today, underwater archaeologists continue to explore the sunken ruins off the coast of Alexandria, hoping to uncover more secrets of this legendary structure. Isn't it fascinating how ancient ingenuity continues to inspire modern engineering? If you enjoyed this journey through time, don't forget to like and subscribe for more astonishing historical insights. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus, built around 350 BCE, was a tomb constructed for Mausolus, the Persian satrap of Caria, and his wife Artemisia II. Located in what is now Bodrum, Turkey, this grand structure stood approximately 45 meters tall and was adorned with intricate sculptures created by some of the most renowned Greek sculptors of the time. The mausoleum was so magnificent that it became one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and its name has become synonymous with grand tombs, hence the term mausoleum. But here's a lesser-known fact. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus stood for nearly 1,800 years before it was largely destroyed by a series of earthquakes in the 13th century. The Knights of St. John of Rhodes later used its remaining stones to fortify their castle at Bodrum in the 15th century. Today, you can still see fragments of this once majestic structure both in Bodrum and in the British Museum in London, where some of the original sculptures are displayed. Isn't it extraordinary how a monument built to honor a single man has left such a lasting legacy? If this glimpse into the past piqued your interest, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more captivating historical tales. The statue of Zeus at Olympia, created by Phidias around 435 BCE, was a monumental tribute to the king of the Greek gods. Standing at 12 meters tall, it was crafted from ivory and gold-plated bronze. The statue depicted Zeus seated on an elaborate throne. It was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The statue's head nearly touched the temple roof, giving the illusion Zeus could stand up and shatter the ceiling. It inspired reverence and wonder. Eventually, it was lost to history. Like and subscribe for more intriguing tales from the past. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders, was a grand tribute to the Greek goddess Artemis. Built around 550 BCE, it was renowned for its size and intricate sculptures. The temple was rebuilt 3 times, each more magnificent than the last. The original was destroyed by a flood in the 7th century BCE. Rebuilt, it was set ablaze by Herostratus in 356 BCE. Remarkably, it burned the night Alexander the Great was born. Plutarch claimed Artemis was preoccupied with Alexander's birth. The final version had 127 columns, each 18 meters high. It became a major pilgrimage site and symbol of Ephesus. Destroyed by a Gothic invasion in 268 CE and later by Christian zealots. Today only a single column remains, a reminder of its glory. The Temple of Artemis symbolizes human resilience and artistic excellence. Like other wonders, it continues to inspire awe. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. If you enjoyed this, like and subscribe for more stories from the past. The Great Wall of China stretches over 13,000 miles across northern China. Built during the Ming dynasty, it protected Chinese states from invasions. The wall is a series of fortifications built over centuries. Initially made of earth, wood and reeds, it later used bricks and stones. The Great Wall also regulated trade and symbolized Chinese strength. Today, it stands as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Like and subscribe for more fascinating stories from the past. Discover the Terracotta Army, one of the 20th century's greatest archaeological finds. Unearthed in 1974 in Xi'an, China, these life-sized figures were buried with Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Over 8,000 soldiers, each uniquely detailed, reflect ancient China's military. Originally painted, exposure caused the colors to fade. Modern technology helps preserve some of these colors. The Terracotta Army offers insights into the Qin dynasty's history. Thank you for joining us. Like and subscribe for more. As we delve further into the annals of history, we encounter an artifact that revolutionized our understanding of ancient civilizations, the Rosetta Stone. Discovered in 1799 by French soldiers during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign, this granodiorite stele became the key to unlocking the long-lost language of ancient Egypt. The Rosetta Stone bears the same inscription in 3 different scripts: Greek, Demotic, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. At the time of its discovery, hieroglyphs were a mystery, their meanings lost to the sands of time. However, the Greek text, a known language, provided a vital clue. Scholars, including the renowned linguist Jean-François Champollion, painstakingly worked to decipher the hieroglyphs by comparing them to the Greek text, a breakthrough that opened the doors to understanding Egyptian civilization. One fascinating aspect of the Rosetta Stone is its content. Rather than being a grand historical narrative, the text is a decree issued in 196 BC by King Ptolemy V, affirming the royal cult and describing various tax exemptions and honors. Yet, its mundane nature belies its monumental impact on Egyptology. Today, the Rosetta Stone is housed in the British Museum, where it continues to captivate millions of visitors each year. It serves as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of human history and the profound impact of linguistic and cultural exchanges. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. If you enjoyed learning about these astonishing facts, don't forget to like and subscribe for more fascinating stories from the past.
the gentle winds of kindness blow. Every shadow fades, every worry dies. You're my heart, my lullaby. The night wraps around you like a warm embrace. Peaceful tides in an endless space. Rest your mind, let your soul take flight. I'll guard your dreams through the quiet night. Dreaming in the moonlight, soft and slow, where the gentle winds of kindness blow. Every shadow fades, every worry dies. You're my heart, my lullaby. The harp hums softly a cradle song. The strings sing sweetly where you belong. In the stillness, love is all you're here. I'm always with you, forever near. Dreaming in the moonlight, soft and slow, where the gentle winds of kindness blow. Under the stars, where the silence hums, midnight rainfall gently drums. A world of whispers, soft and true. The night unfolds its quiet hue. Rain falls light like a dreamer's sigh. Soft beats hum as clouds drift by. Piano notes in the misty air. Peaceful whispers everywhere. The guitar plucks through the gentle breeze. Notes that dance like falling leaves. A calm embrace in the velvet night. The rainfall sings its lullaby, right, right. Rain falls light like a dreamer's sigh. Soft beats hum as clouds drift by. Piano notes in the misty air. Peaceful whispers everywhere. The sky weeps soft its tender song, a rhythm where our hearts belong. Each drop a kiss on the window pane, binding the soul with the midnight rain. Rain falls light like a dreamer's sigh. Soft beats hum as clouds drift by. Piano notes in the misty air. Peaceful whispers The night is deep, the world so far. I drift away on a shooting star. A velvet sky, a gentle glow. Through endless space I softly go. The moon it winks with a silver hue, a cosmic dance in shades of blue. The Milky Way, a sparkling stream, carries me gently into my dream. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties, just me and the universe in disguise. Whispers of planets hum low and sweet, a melody where dreams and stardust meet. Gravity fades, I'm light as air, a tranquil voyage beyond compare. The comets blaze their fiery trails, telling secrets in cosmic tales. Nebulas bloom in colors so rare, an endless beauty beyond compare. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties, just me and the universe where dreams reside, safe in stars, no need to hide, safe in the stars where whispers glow, a gentle place the heart will know. Let the moonlight guide your dreams, safe in the stars with silver beams. Feel the calm the world instills. Soft as whispers, gentle thrill, cradled by the velvet skies, safe in stars where love applies, safe in the stars where whispers glow, a gentle place the heart will know. Let the moonlight guide your dreams, safe in the stars with silver beams. No storm can touch, no fear can climb in this haven out of time. Here the heart finds peace to soar, safe in the stars, safe in the stars, whispers glow. eyes close. A gentle place. The heart will know. Let the moonlight guide your dreams safe.
Stars blink, whispers in the sky. Hold me close, no need to roam. Safe within your arms, my home. Gentle breeze through windows. Feel your heartbeat next to mine. Time dissolves in love's design. Rock me gently through the night. Carry me to morning light. Let your voice be my refrain. Ease my heart from every pain.
The night is deep, the world so far. I drift away on a shooting star. A velvet sky, a gentle glow. Through endless space I softly go. The moon, it winks with a silver hue, a cosmic dance in shades of blue. The Milky Way, a sparkling stream, carries me gently into my dream. Floating among the stars tonight, lost in the vast eternal light. No bounds, no chains, no earthly ties. Just me and the universe in disguise. Whispers of planets hum low and sweet. A melody where dreams and stardust meet. Gravity fades, I'm light as air. A tranquil voyage beyond compare. The comets blaze their fiery trails, telling secrets in cosmic tales. Nebulas bloom in colors so rare, an endless beauty beyond compare.
The Giant Has a Face, a 5-minute immersive devotional drama based on 1 Samuel 17. 1. Setting the scene in the dry valley between the mountains of Israel and the plains of the Philistines, war has become a constant hum. For 40 days at dawn and dusk, one man walks forward to challenge the armies of Israel. He is Goliath, a warrior like no other, over 9 feet tall, encased in bronze, his armor clinking with confident menace, his voice booming like distant thunder. The Israelites are paralyzed, their hearts beat in sync with his mockery. Each morning, each evening, he looks across the valley and bellows, "Choose a man to come down and fight me." "No," he laughs. "Fine, but tomorrow, same time, I'll still be here." 2. The arrival of the shepherd in Bethlehem, far from the clanging of war, a teenage boy named David rises before dawn. He chooses stones by the brook for his sling, each one smooth and balanced. Today's mission feels mundane. Deliver cheese and bread to his brothers on the front line, though his heart is more restless than usual. Arriving at the camp, he sees fear etched on every face, battle-hardened men shivering in their armor. His brothers mock him. Saul's armor sits beside the stones, mocking him too. But David's gaze is past the armor toward God. He asks, "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should taunt the armies of the living God?" 3. Fear versus faith. David remembers the lion that menaced his father's flock, the bear that attacked his sheep. Each time he didn't battle with sword or shield, he fought with faith. "The Lord," he says to Saul later, "who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the bear, will deliver me from this Philistine." Saul hesitates, tries to weigh him down with armor, but David shakes it off his feet. Don't fit in that armor. Not his glory, not his calling. He steps lightly. He picks 5 smooth stones. He leaves the rest to heaven. For entering the valley at midday, the valley stands still, heat rippling off the ground. Israel, silent, the enemy tense, and in the middle, Goliath. He laughs when he sees David. "A dog?" he gears. "You come to me with sticks?" David doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't yell. He answers in crisp reverence. "You come with sword, spear, javelin? But I come in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." Every eye from Israel to Philistia fixes on David. He grabs the stone, fits it in his sling, and begins to circle backwards. Steady eyes locked on the giant's brow. 5. The stone flies 1 step, 2 steps, a deep inhale, and then a whispered prayer. "Lord, strike this blow not for me, but for your name." His arm swings, the stone whistles, time slows, strikes Goliath between the eyes. The giant's jaw unclenches, his knees bend. The valley gasps. He falls. One resounding crash echoes like the breaking of an age. David runs forward not to gloat, but to finish the job. He lifts Goliath's sword, cuts off his head, and the battlefield erupts in an indescribable roar. 6. Aftermath. The Philistine army flees fear, turning them into dust on the run. Israel cheers. They chase the enemy in pursuit, emboldened by a shepherd boy's faith turned giant slayer. In the center of the camp, Saul sees David young, dusty, out of armor, lion in faith. Saul asks, "Whose son are you?" David says, "I'm the son of Jesse the Bethlehemite." Brook stones by his feet, giants at his back. 7. Reflective pause. Pause with me. Feel the heat of the valley. Hear Goliath's mocking voice. Remember that when faith moves, giants fall, if you're small in the world's eyes. This wasn't a spectacle of strength. It was the power of God flowing through humble faith. The fighting wasn't David's, it was heaven's. 8. Application to life. Think about the giants in your life. Fear, doubt, illness, broken relationships, financial despair. They're huge, relentless, taunting you day after day. But you don't need Saul's armor. You don't need everyone's approval. You just need 5 stones from God, his promises. In the name, the Lord of hosts. Your battle may look human, but it's a fight where heaven ramps up the stakes. 9. Invitation. So today, if you feel small in the valley, pick your stones. Scripture, prayer, worship, obedience, faith. Sling them with trust. Don't flinch before the giant's roar. Speak God's name, and watch as the giant's knees give in. Remember, you're not alone. The shepherd is with you. Then closing, this is not ancient legend. It's your story. God still uses the unlikely, the overlooked, the underestimated. And he wins. Always.
From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieving dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim. With justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand. With healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jagan Burnham's call. To build a future that uplifts all. Oh, live independently, bold and proud. With freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. Yeah. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight.
Title: Faith Over Fear. Trusting God in Uncertain Times. Introduction. We all face fear. Sometimes it whispers in the dark corners of our minds: fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear for our loved ones, fear of the unknown. Other times, it crashes into our lives unexpectedly through job loss, tragedy, or a sudden change in plans. But as believers, we are called to live not by fear, but by faith. Faith doesn't mean we ignore fear. It means we choose to believe that God is bigger than whatever scares us, the peace He offers, and the power He gives. She cried out to God in desperation. And what surprised her most wasn't the immediate provision but the peace she felt as she waited. "I should have been panicking," she said, "but I wasn't. I knew God saw me. That's the peace of God guarding your heart, like a soldier at the door." It means we shift our focus from what we can control to the one who holds everything in his hands. "Be not dismayed, for I am your God." It moves, but the moment he looked at the wind and waves, fear took over and he began to sink. Yet even then Jesus reached out and saved him. It obeys. He doesn't shame us for sinking. He saves us when we call out in faith. It steps out of in when it doesn't make sense. Everyone told him it was crazy, but you don't have to let it in. You have a choice. You can live by fear or by faith. One leads to paralysis, the other to purpose. He had a family to support, no guarantee of income, but he knew God had called him. It wasn't easy, but over and over God provided. The hardest part was letting go of control, he said. But that's where I found the most freedom. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. This isn't a vague comfort, it's a clear promise. God is with you. God will help you. God will hold you. Today, we're going to explore how to walk in faith over fear by looking at the promises of God. 1. God's promises silence fear, but God's promises are certain. Feed your spirit with the Word. Surround yourself with godly community. Speak God's promises out loud. Pray boldly and step forward, not because you're fearless, but because you trust the one who goes before you. The fear was real, what? But I clung to Psalm 56:3. When I am afraid, I will trust in you, not if I am afraid when. God doesn't condemn us for feeling fear, but He calls us to trust Him through it. They are anchors in the storm. When fear says, "You're alone," faith responds, "God is with me." When fear whispers, "You're not strong enough," faith declares, The Lord is my strength. Isaiah 41 banding 10 says, Fear not, for I am with you. Fear thrives in uncertainty. I remember a time when I was faced with a difficult medical diagnosis. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. 2. God's peace guards our hearts. Philippians 4:2, 6-7 tells us, this peace is not natural, it's supernatural. It's peace in the middle of the storm. Not just when the storm is over, it's the kind of peace Jesus had when he slept in the boat during the storm. Why? Because he knew who was in control. A single mother in our church once shared how she faced eviction with no clear way forward. 3. God's power helps us act in faith. Faith isn't passive. Think of Peter walking on water in Matthew 14. As long as his eyes were on Jesus, he stayed above the waves. That's the heart of our God. I once met a man who left a secure job to become a missionary. Faith often begins where our comfort ends, and when we take that step, we discover that God is faithful to meet us there. Conclusion. Fear may knock at your door. Faith says, God is for me. God is with me. God is working all things for my good. Even if I don't understand the how, I trust the who. So today, choose faith. As to Timothy 1:7 says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind.
Welcome back to Divine Wonders, the Miracles of Jesus. Today, we explore the healing of a man with a withered hand. This miracle, performed on the Sabbath, not only restores physical wholeness, but also challenges legalistic interpretations of religious practices. On the Sabbath, Jesus enters a synagogue and encounters a man with a withered hand. Knowing the Pharisees are watching to accuse him, Jesus asks if it is lawful to do good on the Sabbath. He then heals the man's hand, angering the Pharisees, but demonstrating his authority and compassion as recounted in Mark chapter 3, verses 1-6. To understand the full impact of this miracle, let's explore the historical and cultural context. The Sabbath was a day of rest, and strict rules governed what could and could not be done. Healing was generally considered work and thus prohibited. Jesus' action challenged these interpretations and highlighted the priority of compassion over ritual. The synagogue was a central place for worship and community gatherings. The Pharisees, religious leaders known for their strict adherence to the law, often scrutinized Jesus' actions, seeking to accuse him of breaking the Sabbath. Understanding this context helps us appreciate the boldness of Jesus' actions and the tensions surrounding Sabbath observance. Theologically, this miracle highlights Jesus' authority over the Sabbath. By healing the man, Jesus emphasizes that doing good and showing mercy align with God's intentions for the Sabbath. His question, is it lawful to do good or to do harm on the Sabbath, to save life or to kill, underscores the value of compassion and life over rigid rule-keeping. This miracle also reveals Jesus' role as the restorer of wholeness. The man's withered hand symbolizes human brokenness, and the restoration signifies the healing and wholeness Jesus brings. It demonstrates that Jesus' mission includes both spiritual and physical restoration. Spiritually, this miracle teaches us about the importance of compassion and prioritizing human need over legalistic adherence to rules. It invites us to reflect on our own attitudes towards religious practices and whether they align with the spirit of compassion and mercy exemplified by Jesus. Firstly, compassion over legalism. This miracle encourages us to prioritize compassion and mercy over rigid adherence to rules, ensuring our actions align with the spirit of God's love. Secondly, embracing wholeness. The healing of the man's withered hand reminds us that Jesus restores wholeness in our lives, inviting us to seek his healing for our own brokenness. Lastly, challenging injustice. Jesus' challenge to the Pharisees' legalism inspires us to question and challenge unjust or rigid practices that hinder compassion and mercy. Reflect on areas in your life where you may prioritize rules over compassion. How can you embrace the spirit of Jesus' teachings, prioritizing mercy and wholeness in your actions? How can you seek and extend Jesus' healing and restoration in your life and community? Thank you for exploring the healing of the man with the withered hand with us. In our next episode, we will witness Jesus' compassion as he raises the widow's son. Make sure to subscribe and share this journey with others. Until next time, may you prioritize compassion and seek Jesus' healing in your life.
Here's a powerful preview of how India can win the third test at Lord's, the historic battleground, and a breakdown of the best 11 and winning strategies that could see them take control of the series. India's roadmap to victory at Lord's. 1. Bring back. The X Factor returns. With Deep's breakout 10-wicket haul, imagine pairing that with the venom and experience off. If fit, must return possibly in place of, to form a dream attack with and/or. Lords has pace-friendly phases, especially early on. As ability to reverse swing the old dukes will be vital. Shubman Gill's captaincy and batting ride the wave. Gill isn't just leading, he's inspiring. With scores of 269 and 161, he's showing that a genius with the bat can also be a composed, attacking skipper. India must continue to bat long and out-baseball the Baz bowlers. England look flat under pressure. Gill's intent can demoralize them again. 3. Retain the core but adapt smartly. Best 11 for Lords. Shubman Gill, captain. KL, wicketkeeper. Washington, deep, if pitch is dry or if green. This is a balanced 11 that can dominate with the bat, field well, and take 20 wickets. 4. Pressure England's middle order. Root and Pope are out of rhythm. Brooke and Smith haven't yet cemented their places. India should attack the middle overs with suffocating lines, sharp short stuff, and use spin to frustrate. England have looked clueless once momentum turns, and India now know how to grab it. 5. Keep the intensity, roar like champions. India need to keep playing fearless yet clinical cricket, avoid defensive captaincy. Gill's bold declarations and attacking fields show a mindset shift. If joins the pace attack, India could bully England at Lord's, a place where they've both suffered and triumphed before. Bonus key strategies. Win the toss and bat first, set the tone with another mammoth first innings. Target early wickets, get Crawley and Duckett before they settle. Dominate day 3. The moving day will decide momentum. Play if dry. England struggles versus quality wrist spin. Ready to roll into the Lord's Colosseum, India looks like a beast awakened, with Gill commanding, roaring back, and the bowlers full of bite, This team isn't just winning matches, they're rewriting history.
And every heartbeat feel the roar with bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The Tragedy of Caligino, the mad emperor who burned his empire, a work of creative fiction. Introduction. The rise of Caligino. In the annals of history, few names evoke as much horror and fascination as Caligino, the mad flame of Rome. A composite of ambition, excess, and tyranny, Caligino's reign embodied the empire's darkest extremes. Born to privilege and power, he ascended the throne with promises of glory but left behind a legacy of ruin and despair. The early days, promises of prosperity. When Caligino was crowned, Rome held its breath. A descendant of great generals and emperors, he dazzled the Senate with his rhetoric and charmed the populace with lavish games. Statues of him were erected across the empire, proclaiming the dawn of a golden age. But behind his charming facade lay a volatile mind. Whispers of his erratic behavior grew louder. He declared himself a living god, donned the robes of Jupiter, and forced senators to worship him in humiliating ceremonies. The seeds of madness were sown, though few dared to speak out. The madness unleashed. In the third year of his reign, Caligino's descent into insanity became undeniable. Stories of his excesses spread like wildfire. He turned the imperial palace into a pleasure dome, hosting nightly feasts where exotic animals roamed and fountains flowed with wine. He staged mock gladiator games where senators were forced to fight for their lives. Most infamously, he appointed his horse, Infinitus, as consul, claiming that the animal's wisdom surpassed that of the Senate. The empire groaned under the weight of his extravagance. Taxes soared to fund his whims, and the treasury was drained by grandiose projects, including a golden statue of himself so massive it could be seen from miles away. The Great Fire of Rome. The pinnacle of Caligino's madness came when a mysterious fire engulfed days, Rome burned as the emperor reportedly watched from his palace, singing hymns to Apollo and composing verses about the destruction. Some claimed he ordered the fire to clear land for his palace of eternal flames, a sprawling complex meant to symbolize his divine glory. Others argued it was a tragic accident exacerbated by his inaction. Regardless, the people's fury boiled over. The tyrant's fall. As Rome smoldered, rebellion ignited. Soldiers, once loyal to Caligino, turned against him, disgusted by his indifference to the suffering of the people. The Praetorian Guard stormed the palace, where they found the emperor draped in gold, insisting he was immortal. His final words before the blade fell were chilling. Rome will burn forever, but I shall rise from the ashes. The legacy of Caligino, though his reign lasted only 5 years, Caligino's shadow lingered for centuries. His excesses became cautionary tales for future emperors. of forgiveness. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God in Christ forgave you. In Ephesians 4:32 NKJV. Forgiveness isn't easy. It goes against our natural desire for justice and fairness. When someone hurts us, holding on to the pain can feel justified, even protective. But the truth is, unforgiveness chains us to the past and keeps us from walking freely into the future God has for us. Ephesians 4:32 calls us to a different way, a Christ-like way. It invites us to forgive not because others deserve it, but because we've been forgiven much. Jesus set the ultimate example on the cross, extending mercy even to those who wronged him. And he calls us to do the same. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or excusing wrongdoing. It means releasing the burden, refusing to let bitterness take root, and choosing love over resentment. It's a process, sometimes daily, but each act of forgiveness is a step toward healing and peace. Are you carrying the weight of unforgiveness today? Ask God for the grace to let go. He is not only able to heal your heart, but also to bring beauty from even the deepest wounds. Prayer. Lord, thank you for forgiving me so completely in Christ. Help me to extend that same forgiveness to others. Soften my heart, heal the places that still hurt, and fill me with your love and peace. Amen.
Have you ever pondered over the profound question, what does it truly mean to offer oneself as a living sacrifice? If so, you're not alone. This question has been the subject of many philosophical and religious discussions over the centuries, and today we delve into the heart of this matter, guided by the wisdom found in Romans 12:1. In the Bible, Romans 12:1 reads, "I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service." This verse, penned by the Apostle Paul, is packed with profound wisdom and insight, and it's worth taking a moment to break it down. "I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God" is a humble plea by Paul to the believers. He's urging them not through force, but by the compassion of God to heed his counsel. It's a plea born out of love and concern for their spiritual well-being. Present your bodies a living sacrifice. This is where things get interesting. Paul is asking believers to offer themselves, their whole being, not just the physical body, but also their mind, their heart, their will, as a living sacrifice. But what does that mean? It's about dedicating one's life to God, living in a way that is pleasing to Him, and aligning one's actions, thoughts, and desires with His will, holy, acceptable unto God. This part of the verse emphasizes the kind of sacrifice that God finds pleasing. It's not about grand gestures or ostentatious displays of piety. It's about leading a life that is holy, a life that reflects God's love, kindness, and righteousness, which is your reasonable service. Here, Paul reminds believers that this act of self-sacrifice is not an extraordinary request. It's a reasonable service, a logical response to God's boundless love and mercy. In essence, Romans 12:1 is a call to live a life of devotion to God, a life that reflects His love, mercy, and righteousness. It's about offering oneself wholly to God, not out of obligation, but out of gratitude for His mercies. To summarize, Romans 12:1 is an invitation to a life of self-sacrifice, holiness, and service to God. It's a call to live a life that aligns with God's will, a life that is pleasing to Him. It's about recognizing God's love and mercy and responding in the only appropriate way, by offering oneself as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God. This is our reasonable service, our logical response to the boundless love and mercy of God. So, as we navigate through life, may we strive to embody the wisdom found in Romans 12:1, living each day as a testament to God's love and mercy.
Welcome to Algeria, a land of stunning contrasts and hidden treasures. Nestled in North Africa, Algeria offers a rich tapestry of history, culture, and breathtaking landscapes. Explore the ancient Roman ruins of Timgad and Jamila, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, with well-preserved theatres and mosaics from a glorious era. Experience the Sahara Desert with camel treks and starlit camping in Tassili, Niger. Relax on Algeria's beautiful Mediterranean beaches and swim in crystal-clear waters. Stroll through bustling markets filled with spices and traditional crafts. Savor Algerian cuisine like couscous and tagine, and enjoy local festivals. Discover Algiers, where modernity meets tradition in the Casbah and Notre Dame d'Afrique. Visit Iran for its vibrant music scene and coastal views. Hike the Atlas Mountains and explore the Hoggar Mountains. Dive into underwater adventures along the Mediterranean coast with scuba diving and snorkeling. Check visa requirements and travel advisories. The best time to visit is during spring and autumn. Respect local customs and dress modestly, especially in rural areas. Algeria, a hidden gem in North Africa, awaits your discovery. From ancient ruins to the stunning Mediterranean coast, embark on a journey of unforgettable memories.
Breaking, white smoke rises and new pope has been elected. Vatican City, 1700 CET. The wait is over. White smoke has emerged from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, sending a wave of euphoria through St. Peter's Square and across the Catholic world. Thousands burst into cheers as centuries-old tradition unfolded before their eyes. A new pope has been chosen, just 2 days into the papal conclave, following what is now confirmed to be the fourth ballot. Habemus Papam, we have a pope. Though his identity remains under wraps for now, bells are already ringing across Rome. The 276th pontiff is expected to appear on the central balcony of St. Peter's Basilica within the hour. Conclave by the numbers. 133 cardinal electors under age 80 participated. 89 votes were needed to secure the papacy. 15,000 plus faithful gathered in St. Peter's Square today, representing 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide. As the world watches and the crowd swells, the ancient rites continue inside the Vatican's marble halls. The chosen cardinal has accepted the office. He has selected a papal name. Soon, he will don the white cassock and step forward to greet a world in waiting. Stay tuned as we await the iconic announcement. Annuntio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus Papam. I announce to you a great joy. We have a pope.
Bridge builder in faith. Francis took unprecedented steps to heal ancient divisions. He held historic meetings with Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, restoring Catholic-Muslim relations, and Jewish leaders worldwide. His overtures extended even to non-believers, famously stating that God's mercy extends to atheists if they live according to conscience. Pragmatic progressivism. Francis opened conversations on previously closed issues, pastoral care for divorced and remarried Catholics, blessing for same-sex couples while upholding traditional definitions of marriage, and women's roles in church leadership such as appointing women to high-level Vatican positions. He advocated for mercy and discernment rather than rigid adherence to law, challenging legalistic approaches without breaking doctrinal continuity. Part 3, Final Days. Comparisons with past popes, greatest legacies. 3. The final days and the moving funeral. Battling worsening respiratory and cardiac conditions, Pope Francis faces final months with characteristic humility. Despite deteriorating health, he maintained public engagements whenever possible, embodying a pastor who walks with his people to the end. His death on Easter Monday, so closely tied to the Church's greatest message of resurrection and hope, was seen by many as a providential sign. It brought an outpouring of global mourning rarely seen in modern times. Lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica, Francis's simple wooden coffin, per his request, attracted tens of thousands of pilgrims. The Vatican observed tight security, yet the atmosphere was marked by palpable reverence rather than fear. The funeral on the 26th of April, 2025 was simple yet profound. The Mass began with Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re's homily, describing Francis as a man who touched the minds and hearts of people attentive to the signs of times. His final words, "Build bridges, not walls," resonated deeply across the world. After the Mass, his body was carried through St. Peter's Square amidst tears, songs, and prayers. The final procession to Santa Maria Maggiore, his beloved church, was especially moving, his coffin ushered in by migrants and prisoners, the very people he had championed. In keeping with his wishes, the burial was private, beneath the basilica's floor, marked only by the simple inscription, Franciscus. 4. Comparisons with past popes. Pope John Paul II. John Paul II's charismatic global leadership helped topple communism and energize millions. His funeral attracted over 3 million mourners. Yet critics noted that under his watch, many systemic issues, for example, financial scandals, clerical abuse, festered. Francis, in contrast, took a quieter but more surgical approach to internal reform, focusing not only on public gestures but systemic change. Pope Benedict XVI. Benedict XVI was a brilliant theologian but lacked Francis's pastoral touch. His papacy leaned heavily on doctrinal clarity but struggled with communication and warmth. Francis combined orthodoxy with accessibility, speaking in metaphors and stories rather than theological treatises. Earlier popes. In the pre-20th century, papal power was often more political than pastoral. Popes like Pius IX and Pius XII navigated wars and political alliances. Francis marked a return to a radically gospel-centered vision, humility, service, and mercy over power. In death, Francis redefined how a pope could be mourned, not through state pomp, but by the ordinary faithful whose lives he had touched. Greatest legacies of Pope Francis. 1. Reorienting the mission. Francis made the Church's purpose unmistakably clear. It must go outward. The Church is a field hospital after battle. He said, pastoral accompaniment, walking with sinners, the wounded, the doubters, became the new measure of Catholic faithfulness, not rigid adherence to rubrics. 2. Climate action. Through Laudato Si, Francis integrated environmental care with Catholic morality. He established the Vatican's first carbon neutrality goals, pushed dioceses worldwide to divest from fossil fuels, and inspired the creation of the Laudato Si Action Platform, a global Catholic sustainability initiative. 3. Humanizing the papacy. Francis shattered the aloof, imperial image of the papacy. His actions, like quietly slipping out of the Vatican to minister to the homeless, stunned the world and set a standard of leadership rooted in humility, presence, and love. 4. Seeds of reform. His promotion of synodality, walking together, was revolutionary. No longer would major church decisions be handed down from on high. Instead, lay people, including women and youth, were invited to deliberate and discern alongside bishops. The potential for a more participatory, less clericalist church was perhaps his boldest legacy. 5. Courageous stances. Francis's critique of modern capitalism, environmental degradation, and exclusionary nationalism was unwavering. Even in the face of fierce resistance from powerful forces both within and outside the church, he stood firm, modeling what moral leadership in a divided age could look like. 6. A global church. Francis truly globalized Catholicism's leadership. His consistent appointments from the global south reshaped the future landscape of the College of Cardinals. His vision ensures that future popes are more likely to reflect the world's cultural and social diversity rather than only European traditions. Part 4. Strategic future of the Catholic Church without Francis plus conclusion. 6. The strategic future of the Catholic Church without Francis. The death of Pope Francis leaves the Catholic Church at a critical crossroads. While his pontificate created undeniable momentum toward openness, compassion, and reform, the future path remains uncertain and contested. Immediate challenges. The Church is deeply polarized. Conservative factions view some of Francis's initiatives as doctrinally risky, while progressive groups feel frustrated by the slow pace of structural reform. The next pope will inherit a delicate balance between preserving unity and advancing the spirit of renewal that Francis unleashed. Synodality and inclusivity. Francis's emphasis on synodality, a listening church where laity, clergy, and hierarchy discern together, is arguably his most ambitious long-term legacy. The October 2023 TO24 synods on synodality laid a foundation for greater lay participation and decentralized decision-making. If future leaders deepen this process, it could permanently change the hierarchical, clerical culture of the Church. Rise of the Global South. Francis decisively moved the Church's center of gravity toward the Global South. Today, the majority of the world's Catholics live in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The next generations of church leadership will likely reflect these realities more fully, bringing fresh theological insights, liturgical styles, and social priorities. An African or Asian pope could continue Francis's vision of a multicultural, missionary church or steer it in surprising new directions shaped by local contexts. Tensions ahead. Key issues that remain unresolved include the role of women in church leadership and the possibility of women deacons, full pastoral inclusion of LGBTQ+ Catholics, re-examination of clerical celibacy rules, particularly in missionary territories, continued response to clerical sexual abuse, with stricter transparency measures. A future papacy could either consolidate Francis's gains or attempt to roll back certain reforms, reigniting tensions among the global faithful. Diplomacy and moral voice. Francis revitalized the Vatican's role as a global moral voice, from brokering peace initiatives to shaping climate dialogues. Future popes will need to navigate a world marked by growing authoritarianism, ecological crises, and technological upheavals, continuing the delicate balancing act between prophetic witness and political engagement. In short, the Church faces a pivotal choice: to deepen Francis's culture of openness, service, and accompaniment, or to retreat into defensive institutionalism. The world is watching. Conclusion. Pope Francis reimagined the papacy for a wounded and divided world. He was a pope who walked, spoke, and suffered with his people, one who preferred the scent of his sheep over the trappings of princely power. Through his advocacy for the poor, his defense of migrants, his care for creation, and his openness to dialogue, Francis embodied a Christianity that was radical in its simplicity and revolutionary in its compassion. His funeral, with its humility and humanity, reflected the church he sought to build, not grandiose, but grounded, not distant, but deeply involved in the realities of the world. The baton now passes to a new generation, leaders and faithful alike, who must decide whether to continue walking the synodal, inclusive, missionary path he carved. History will remember Pope Francis not only for what he changed, but for the new imagination he gave to Catholicism, a church that listens, loves, and leads with mercy. As bells echoed over Rome and the faithful whispered their final goodbyes, the simple wooden coffin of Pope Francis was lowered into the earth. Yet his spirit rises still, in every bridge built, every refugee welcomed, every voice of the poor raised high. Pope Francis, the Pope who built bridges, not walls. His legacy is now ours to carry forward. The Tragedy of Caligino, the mad emperor who burned his empire, a work of creative fiction. Introduction. The rise of Caligino. In the annals of history, few names evoke as much horror and fascination as Caligino, the mad flame of Rome. A composite of ambition, excess, and tyranny, Caligino's reign embodied the empire's darkest extremes. Born to privilege and power, he ascended the throne with promises of glory but left behind a legacy of ruin and despair. The early days, promises of prosperity. When Caligino was crowned, Rome held its breath. A descendant of great generals and emperors, he dazzled the Senate with his rhetoric and charmed the populace with lavish games. Statues of him were erected across the empire, proclaiming the dawn of a golden age. But behind his charming facade lay a volatile mind. Whispers of his erratic behavior grew louder. He declared himself a living god, donned the robes of Jupiter, and forced senators to worship him in humiliating ceremonies. The seeds of madness were sown, though few dared to speak out. The madness unleashed. In the third year of his reign, Caligino's descent into insanity became undeniable. Stories of his excesses spread like wildfire. He turned the imperial palace into a pleasure dome, hosting nightly feasts where exotic animals roamed and fountains flowed with wine. He staged mock gladiator games where senators were forced to fight for their lives. Most infamously, he appointed his horse, Infinitus, as consul, claiming that the animal's wisdom surpassed that of the Senate. The empire groaned under the weight of his extravagance. Taxes soared to fund his whims, and the treasury was drained by grandiose projects, including a golden statue of himself so massive it could be seen from miles away. The Great Fire of Rome, the pinnacle of Caligino's madness, came when a mysterious fire engulfed the city. For days, Rome burned as the emperor reportedly watched from his palace, singing hymns to Apollo and composing verses about the destruction. Some claimed he ordered the fire to clear land for his palace of eternal flames, a sprawling complex meant to symbolize his divine glory. Others argued it was a tragic accident exacerbated by his inaction. Regardless, the people's fury boiled over. The tyrant's fall. As Rome smoldered, rebellion ignited. Soldiers, once loyal to Caligino, turned against him, disgusted by his indifference to the suffering of the people. The Praetorian Guard stormed the palace, where they found the emperor draped in gold, insisting he was immortal. His final words before the blade fell were chilling. "Rome will burn forever, but I shall rise from the ashes." The legacy of Caligino. Though his reign lasted only 5 years, Caligino's shadow lingered for centuries. His excesses became cautionary tales for future emperors.
From Pope Donald to Pope Leo, faith versus fear, the Americanization of global power and the crisis of Christian witness. A moment without precedent. For the first time in history, the two most potent thrones of global influence, the throne of Caesar and the chair of Peter, are held by men born in the United States of America. One commands political loyalty through populist nationalism and ideological purity. The other, newly elected as Pope Leo XIV, is called to shepherd a fractured church toward love, justice, and unity. It is a moment of staggering symbolic power. America, once deemed too capitalist, too individualistic, too irreverent to produce a pope, now holds the reins of both political might and spiritual moral authority. But what does this mean? And does the convergence augur renewal or ruin? The American paradox, a nation as a symbol of both promise and peril. America is many things: land of liberty, empire of consumption, beacon of pluralism, theater of division. It is also a deeply religious nation, with Protestantism in its cultural bones and Catholicism in its immigrant blood. It breeds both revivalist fervor and rabid political partisanship. In Donald Trump, America produced a president whose gospel was one of strength, fear, and exclusivity, a messianic brand of populism, cloaked in Christian rhetoric, but animated by division. His America First ideology rebuked the very globalism that Catholic social teaching often embraces. His faith, transactional and tribal, stood often at odds with the Beatitudes. Now, in Pope Leo, the same nation gives the world a humble Augustinian friar who speaks softly, listens intently, and walks with the wounded. His message, that Christ is found not in conquest or domination, but in mercy, memory, and mission. And so the question becomes, can the same culture produce two such opposing worldviews? And which vision will prevail? The lamb and the beast, the cross or the flag, the battle for Christian imagination. The tension between spiritual globalism and political nationalism has never been sharper. In Pope Leo's ascension, the world sees a Catholic Church still committed to universalism, the notion that all are one in Christ Jesus, regardless of race, nation, or political identity. By contrast, Trumpism, whether in office or in legacy, has fed a sectarian Christianity that baptizes political platforms, enshrines guns and borders, and sees enemies rather than neighbors. Thus emerges a deeper battle, the cross versus the flag. Leo preaches the primacy of faith, fraternity, and the pastoral call to unity. But he must contend with a global environment where American-style Christianity often represents dominance, denial, and doctrine weaponization. Prophecy or peril, what does this coincidence mean? Is this a divine alignment or an apocalyptic warning? Does this convergence of American influence signify a new Pax Christiana led by a re-evangelized West? Or does it portend a dangerous overreach, where religion is subtly co-opted by empire and the church forgets the poverty of Bethlehem? There is danger if the papacy becomes too Western, too institutional, or too politically entangled. Pope Leo will need to prove that, though he is American by birth, he is Catholic in soul, global in vision, prophetic in tone, and grounded in the suffering Christ, not the triumphalist Caesar. Will the church blink first? Pope Leo must confront rising pressure to cave to choose silence over confrontation, tradition over truth, preservation over mission. But this is the moment when the church must rise, not recoil. He must speak truth to American power where necessary, especially on issues of racism, migration, inequality, and ecological collapse. Reject both progressive dilution and reactionary fundamentalism. Reclaim a Christ-centered gospel from its political hijackers. Conclusion: a time for moral imagination. In this hour, the world is watching America not just for economic trends or military movements, but for spiritual direction. The White House and the Vatican, symbolically, if not literally, are now tethered by birthplace. But only one of these leaders wears the cross not as ornament, but as burden. In Pope Leo, the Church may yet rise to remind the world that true greatness is found in love, not largesse, and that faith without fear is the only power that truly liberates. Which America will shape the future? The fear-driven fortress, or the faith-inspired field hospital? The church must decide because the world is watching.
Day 10 Prayer for Anxiety and Mental Peace. Scripture focus. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your request to God, and the peace of God will guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:6-7. Prince of Peace. My heart is racing and my thoughts are tangled. Anxiety grips me like a shadow that won't lift. But even here, right in the middle of this unrest, I choose to turn to you, the one who calms the storm and whispers, "Peace, be still." Lord, you have not given me a spirit of fear, but of power, love, and a sound mind. So today I lay every worry at your feet, every overwhelming burden, every imagined outcome, every silent fear. I cast all my cares upon you because you care for me. Replace my anxious thoughts with your promises. Let your word be louder than my worries. Guard my heart and my mind with your supernatural peace. Break the chains of panic and restlessness. Breathe calm into my spirit and bring order to my inner world. Hymn of peace. Stayed upon Jehovah, hearts are fully blessed. Finding, as he promised, perfect peace and rest. Help me to live moment by moment, not overwhelmed by tomorrow. Teach me to rest in your presence, to breathe deeply of your truth, and to walk in the stillness of your love. You are my peace in the chaos, my anchor in the storm. In the name of Jesus, my comforter. Amen. the strength of patience. But let patience have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking nothing. James 1 verse 4. NKJV. Patience. It's not just about waiting, it's about how we wait. In today's fast-paced world, patience can feel like a forgotten virtue. We expect instant answers, quick fixes, and rapid results. Yet God often works in ways that require us to slow down, to wait, and to trust in His timing rather than our own. James reminds us that patience is more than passive endurance. It's an active part of God's refining process in our lives. When we allow patience to do its full work, we grow in character and become spiritually mature. It's through the waiting that our faith deepens, our perspective widens, and our dependence on God strengthens. Think about Abraham waiting for a son, Joseph waiting in prison, or the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. Their seasons of waiting weren't wasted. They were woven into God's bigger plan, preparing them for promises yet to be fulfilled. If you're in a season of delay, don't rush it. Ask God what He wants to teach you in this time. Let patience grow your heart, stretch your faith, and anchor your soul. Prayer. Lord, thank You for being patient with me. Help me to embrace the waiting, trusting that You are working all things for my good. Strengthen my heart as I learn to rest in Your perfect timing. Amen.
Agartha, Empire of the Hollow Light, Episode 3, The Shadow Spiral, The Fracture in the Throne sent echoes through all of Agartha. From the floating peaks of the deep-root tunnels where silence had reigned for millennia, a new rhythm pulsed, unsteady, unnatural. The spiral had awakened, had begun to dim. The towers no longer sang as brightly. Some had fallen silent entirely. The waters beneath, once flowing with strands of pure energy, had begun to slow, as if the city itself was hesitating. Kellen could feel it even in his dreams. The spiral isn't just power, it's memory. Those who do are changed. Raw, ancient, unfiltered memory. The dreams and nightmares of Agartha itself. The deeper you go, the more you become what it remembers. A former obsidian kin turned exile, set off through the vault gate beneath the tranquil roots. But the deeper they went, the stranger the world became. Idrin, cloaked in worn shadow steel, bore old wounds and older secrets, all playing out in flickers beside him as though the spiral were scanning his soul like parchment. Thoughts lingered too long. Voices whispered in the corners of their minds, some familiar, others not. He had once called Nymar brother. Now he called him enemy. The lake responded to his presence, rippling violently. Darkness had a heartbeat now. Forms moved through the dark, not attacking, only watching. Faceless beings made of smoke and glimmering teeth. And futures that had never happened. It's been whispering your name. They were the echo beasts, guardians, or perhaps prisoners, of the spiral's deeper truths, though the conviction in his voice wavered. We'll stop him. Walls twisted. Hay called upon the flame of Vril, its memory still burning in his chest, and unleashed it in a burst of raw brilliance. Dot 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 dot. Gravity collapsed. The lake screamed, a sound of 1,000 futures torn away, and Nymar vanished into smoke, wounded but not defeated. Each strike echoed as a vision. A child crying, a city falling, a throne shattering again and again. She didn't respond, not right away, and it was accelerating. He stood atop the sky bridge, watching the horizon shimmer with bruised light. Yana stood beside him, her arms crossed, gaze fixed outward. The pages had changed. Now they didn't show prophecy, they showed choice. Pages written in real time, recording every act, every failure, every flicker of doubt or courage, is falling silent, and someone or something is stealing the light. Nymar's fragment twisted the throne, she said. Don't I? The light cast me out. It's made me a ghost in my own city. But the spiral remembers me, showed me the truth. That harmony is a cage. That Agartha was never meant to be balanced. It was meant to be reborn. If he finds the others. He won't, Kellen replied then. Softly, you still don't understand what the spiral is, do you? Kellen turned. A force. A threat. Something dangerous. The second spiral fragment was rumored to lie at the spiral's heart. If Nymar claimed it, the crystalline throne would not just be corrupted, it would become a weapon. The obsidian kin had activated one of the old gates, a sealed pathway into the spiral vault, a realm once sealed after the last Lightfall War. It's more than that, Yana whispered. Tharos arrived then, bearing grim news. Few who enter return, Thuros said. But they had no choice. Kel and Yana, and a new ally. Idron, the descent began. At first, the spiral seemed like any other cavern, vast, echoing, filled with the glow of dormant crystals. Gravity bent. Kellen began seeing his past, not in memory, but in presence. His mother's face. The mountain orphanage. His first dream of Agartha. Idron warned him. Don't speak to them. Don't answer. Spiral listens, and it lies. The shadows thickened. At the heart of the spiral lay a lake. Not of water, but of memory. Its surface rippled with visions of the past, present, floating above it. The second spiral fragment, as Kellen reached out, a roar echoed through the cavern. Nymar stepped forward, wreathed in shadow fire, his eyes glowing with spiral light. The air bent around him. You came, he said, almost casually. I hoped you would. The spiral wants you. Kellen stood his ground. You don't have to do this. Nymar laughed, low and bitter. He extended a hand toward the fragment. Yana drew her blade of woven light. Idron stepped in front of Kellen, his body trembling but defiant. You stood with us once, Yadron said. You taught me to defend the light. And now I teach you to transcend it, Neymar answered. A battle erupted, not just of strength, but of memory. Spiral warped reality around them. Kellen fought through it all, the codex pulsing at his side. The spiral resisted, but light still has purpose. The second fragment shot upward in a blaze of violet fire and embedded itself into the codex. Silence fell. The echo beasts receded. The spiral dimmed. Kellen collapsed to his knees, heart pounding. You've awakened something deeper, Idrin said. Something older than even the spiral. Yana looked up. Then we need to find it. Before Neymar does, Kellen opened the codex. A map unfolded from its center, glowing faintly. The next fragment is beyond the veins of Vril, Kellen whispered. Thero's voice echoed from the portal above, restored now that the spiral had calmed. Return quickly. The elders have summoned you. Kellen stood, battered but resolute. His hand gripped the codex. The spiral's memory hummed in his bones. The shadows were no longer just beneath them. They were rising.
Y'all keep building big bridges over for Blackwater, but me neighbor's still boiling salt and green plantain skin. PPP talking growth, but who really growing? We want fairness, we want full life, not just watch concrete dry. PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. Y'all driving Prado while we bleaching dishes. PPP, y'all broke, we back. Still can't fix one clinic in Blackbush track. From West End to Pomeroon, we cooking for 3 in 1 old spoon. We can't eat lane and fly over. We need grocery, not no makeover. Big ceremony at the new Demerara span, but how the single mother buying flour, man? Them shout, ring road, gas to shore, but lil' boy barefoot pon a sickable floor. New modern hospital, that sound fine, but the nurse can't buy vitamin or time. And school is nice, but teachers cry. Got the poor man just scraping by.
We not eat cement, we not bite steel. We want a life that real people feel. We not want slogan and color show. We want peace, justice, and steady flow.
PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. Y'all buy mansions, we still jumping ridges. The market gone wild. A kilo of garlic feed half a child. Y'all sign Exxon deal like champagne toast, but the man on the seawall roasting bread most. Y'all living light, but South ruin blackout every night. Oil pumping at Payara base, but your granny can't get lil toothpaste. Y'all building roads for foreign car flow, but the cane cutter still can't grow. Contracts going to friends and crew. The real hustlers getting locked up too. Run Guyana like a shop. Take the top shelf and lock up the crop. Who get mansion? Beep beep. Who paying VA?
We daily.
Who take contract? Full of pride. PPP with Jack Dale on the side. We want jobs, not stone and dust. PPP fail, they betray, we trust. PPP, one car, eat lane and fly over. We need grocery, not no makeover.
We can't eat road and bridges. Take back your ribbon, fix them wages. No food, no light. We want fairness, we want right. You not feel shame. The whole countryside calling your name. You're crying now, but change go come.
Cause the people wake up and them not dumb.
Y'all need road and bridges. Y'all need big bridges over Blackwater. But me neighbors still boiling salt and green plantain skin. PPP talking growth, but who really growing? We want fairness, we want for life, not just watch concrete dry. road and bridges. PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. Y'all driving Prado while we bleaching dishes. PPP, y'all broke, we back. Still can't fix one clinic in Blackbush track. From West Dem to Pomeroon, we cooking for 3 in 1 old spoon. PPP, we can't eat lane and fly over. We need grocery, not no makeover. Big ceremony at the new Demerara span. But how the single mother buying flour, man? Them shout ring road, gas to shore. But lil boy barefoot pon a Equibo floor. New modern hospital, that sound fine. But the nurse can't buy vitamin or times. And school they nice, but teachers cry. PPP got the poor man just scraping by. We not eat cement, we not bite steel. We want a life that real people feel. We not want slogan and color show. We want peace, justice and steady flow. PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. Y'all buy mansions, we still jumping ridges. PPP's the market gone wild. A kilo of garlic feed half a child. Y'all sign Exxon deal like champagne toast. But the man on the seawall roasting bread most. PPP, y'all living light. But South ruin blackout every night. Oil pumping up a base. But your granny can't get little toothpaste. Y'all building roads for foreign car flow. But the cane hucker still can't grow. Contracts going to friends and crew. The real hustlers getting locked up too. PPP, run Guyana like a shop. Take the top shelf and lock up the crop. Who get mansions? PPP. Who pay our debt? We daily. Who take contract? Full of pride. PPP with Jack Deal undecided. We want jobs, not stone and dust. PPP feel they betray, we trust. PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. Take back your ribbon, fix them wages. No food, no light. We want fairness, we want right. PPP, you not feel shame. The whole countryside calling your name. We crying now, but change go come. Cause the people wake up and them not dumb.
They took our trust, now we taking it back. Not with noise, but with votes, with vision, with highs. This is more than party colors, this is about people.
Rise with green, reclaim the dream. Rise with green, stand up proud. Wave it high, we shouting loud. Rise with green, time to lead. No more greed, no more misdeeds. This is for the youth, this is for the fight. This is for the farmer who pray every night. Rise with green, the time is now. Let the people write the vow.
They talk plenty, but we saw the truth. No jobs, no change, just lies to the youth. Contracts here, corruption there, but who really care when the fridge is bare? We walk through fire, we bend but strong. Now it's time to right what's been wrong. From Linden ground to city light, we marching forward, claiming right. They say we done, but we just start. With every beat of this nation's heart, we not just voters, we builders too. Painting tomorrow in green, bold, true.
Rise with green, no more spin. This is Guyana, it's time to win. Rise with green, no red disguise. We voting smart, we voting wise. Rise with green, build it clean. Justice tall like the kite or stream. From the trenches to the street, we rise with green and never retreat.
This for the vendor, the taxi man, who tired of waiting on a broken plan. This for the mother who still can't rest, still paying high tax with nothing left. We not afraid, we wide awake. We know fake smile from real handshake. So let we vote with purpose, vote with pride. Cause green stands strong on the people's side.
Who builds school? We build school. Who raise voice? We raise rule. Who stand tall in corruption storm? APU, the people's reform. Rise with green.
We shout again, for truth, for hope, for every friend.
Rise with green.
Let the people choose, this time we win, we got nothing to lose.
Rise with green.
Plant it deep, Guyana's promise is ours to keep.
Rise with green.
Now's the time, let the nation rise, let the freedom shine.
They took our trust, now we taking it back. Not with noise, but with votes, with vision, with vibes. This is more than party colors, this is about people. Rise with green, reclaim the dream, been smucking the dream. Rise with green, stand up proud. Wave it high, we shouting loud. Rise with green, time to lead. No more greed, no more misdeeds. This is for the youth, this is for the fight. This is for the farmer who pray every night. Rise with green, the time is now. Let the people write the vow. They talk plenty, but we saw the truth. No jobs, no change, just lies to the youth. Contract here, corruption there, but who really care when the fridge is bare? We walk through fire, we've been but strong. Now it's time to right what's been wrong. From Linden ground to city light, we marching forward, claiming right.
They say we done, but we just start. With every beat of this nation's heart, we not just voters, we builders too. Painting tomorrow in green, bold true.
Rise with green, no more spin. This is Guyana, it's time to win. Rise with green, no red disguise. We voting smart, we voting wise. Rise with green, build it clean. Justice tall like the Kayator stream. From the trenches to the street, we rise with green and never retreat.
This for the vendor, the taxi man, who tired of waiting on a broken plan. This for the mother who still can't rest, still paying high tax with nothing left.
We not afraid, we wide awake. We know fake smile from real handshake.
So let we vote with purpose, vote with pride. Cause green stands strong on the people's side.
Who built school? We built school. Who raised voice? We raised Y'all keep building big bridges over for Blackwater, but me neighbor's still boiling salt and green plantain skin. PPP talking growth, but who really growing? We want fairness, we want full life, not just watch concrete dry.
PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. PPP, we can't
Eat road and bridges. Y'all driving Prado while we bleaching dishes.
PPP,
Y'all broke, we back. Still can't fix one clinic in Blackbush track. From West End to Pomeroon, we cooking for 3 in 1 old spoon. We can't eat lane and fly over. We need grocery, not no makeover. Big ceremony at the new Demerara span, but how the single mother buying flour, man? Them shout, ring road, gas to shore, but little boy barefoot pon a sickable floor. New modern hospital, that sound fine, but the nurse can't buy vitamin or time. And school is nice, but teachers cry. Got the poor man just scraping by.
We not eat cement, we not buy steel. We want a life that real people feel. We not want slogan and color show. We want peace, justice, and steady flow.
PPP, we can't eat road and bridges. Y'all buy mansions, we still jumping ridges. The market gone wild. A kilo of garlic feed half a child. Y'all sign Exxon deal like champagne toast, but the man on the seawall roasting bread most. Y'all living light, but South ruin blackout every night. Oil pumping at Payara base, but your granny can't get lil toothpaste. Y'all building roads for foreign car flow, but the cane cutter still can't grow. Contracts going to friends and crew. The real hustlers getting locked up too. Run Guyana like a shop. Take the top shelf and lock up the crop. Who get mansion? Who paying VA?
We daily.
Who take contract full of pride? PPP with Jack Dale on the side. We want jobs, not stone and dust. PPP fail, they betray, we trust. PPP, one car, eat lane and fly over. We need grocery, not no makeover.
We can't eat road and bridges. Take back your ribbon, fix them wages. No food, no light. We want fairness, we want right. You not feel shame. The whole countryside calling your name. You're crying now, but change go come.
Cause the people wake up and them not dumb.
PPP talk sweet, but the people still hungry. Oil money flowing, but the tap dry for we.
APN no rise up the truth, they hear time for real leadership, time for green. Body crane feel lean, time for green. But that PPP, you feel again. We still waiting while y'all driving Benz. APN know they back, strong like steel. We come for justice, not crooked deal. You feel the farmers, build the nurse. Sign big contract, but made it worse. Stand back, red flag, we break your spell. Green coming strong like a mission bell. We remember your promises, sweet like king. But now we only feel the pain. Roads half done, jobs disappear, but PPP is still cheering every year. Ali in suit, Jack Dio in jet, but people still drown when the roads get wet. Too much show, too much spin, while the poor still praying for a win. But app and yet where others break, and app and get more than they take. We now bout show, we bout results. We not playing with the people's pulse. Stand back, PPP, time done reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Hipping you ready, hand on the wheel. We're driving forward, Guyana go heal. You filled with bribes, filled with plan. You take aisle but not help man. Stand back, PPP, you had your time. No, I'm a day in decline. Red party full of cousin and crew. Them boys take contract while we can't chew. Gold and aisle, but where the school? PPP rule like we nation a tool. Let you walk street, let you ask how you living behind the mask. No more silence, no more delay. We voting smart come election day. Who take bread? for the best. PPP talk sweet, but the beef still hungry. Oil money flowing, but the top dry for we. AP and you rise up the truth to hear. Time for real leadership, time for green. Drill for green. Stand back, PPP, you fail again. We still waiting while y'all driving Benz. Up on you, they back strong like steel. We come for justice, not crooked deal. You failed the farmers, failed the nurse. Signed big contract, but made it worse. Stand back, red flag, we break your spell. Green coming strong like a mission bell. We remember your promises, sweet like cane. But now we only feel the pain. Roads have done, jobs disappear, but PPP still cheering every year. Ollie in suit, jog day or wind jet, but people still drown when the roads get wet. Too much show, too much spin, while the poor still praying for a win. But Abaya and Nube where others break, and Abaya give more than they take. We not about show, we about results. We not playing with the people's pulse. Stand back, PPP, time done reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Up and you ready, hand on the wheel. We driving forward, Guyana go heal. You fail with bribes, fail with plan. You take oil, but now help man. Stand back, PPP, you had your time. Now up and you they in the climb. Red party full of cousin and crew. Them boys take contract while we can't chew. Gold and oil, but where the school? PPP rule like we nation a tool. AP to walk street, AP you ask how you living behind the mask. No more silence, no more delay. We voting smart come election day. Who take bread? PPP. Who build hope? I'm you see. Who ready for lead guy on a tall? I'm you standing strong for all. Stand back, PPP. Your record spoil. The people watching, we boiling oil. Deep and you got plan, got people too. Not just power, but purpose true. Wave up green, let them know. We not taking lies no more. Stand back, PPP. You feel the test. Time for Avenue, time for the best. Stand back, PPP, time done reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Avenue ready, hand on the wheel. We driving forward, Guyana go heal. You fail with bribes, fail with plan. You take oil, but now help man. Stand back, PPP, you had your time. Now Avenue day in decline.
PPP talk sweet, but the people still hungry. Oil money flowing, but the top dry for we.
AP and no rise up the truth they hear. Time for real leadership, time for green. Body crane feel lean, time for green. But that PPP, you failed again. We still waiting while y'all driving Benz. APN with their back, strong like steel. We come for justice, not crooked deal. You feel the farmers, build the nurse. Sign big contract, but made it worse. Stand back, red flag, we break your spell. Green coming strong like a mission bell. We remember your promises, sweet like cane. But now we only feel the pain. Roads half done, jobs disappear, but PPP is still cheering every year. Ali in suit, Jack Dio in jet, but people still drown when the roads get wet. Too much show, too much spin, while the poor still praying for a win. But happen yet where others break, and happen get more than they take. We now bout show, we bout results. We not playing with the people's pulse. Stand back, PPP, time don't reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Hipping you ready, hand on the wheel. We're driving forward, Guyana go heal. You filled with bribes, filled with plan. You take aisle but not help man. Stand back, PPP, you had your time. No, I'm a day in the climb. Red party full of cousin and crew. Them boys take contract while we can't shoot. Golden aisle but where the school. PPP rule like we nation a tool. Letting you walk street, letting you ask how you living behind the mask. No more silence, no more delay. We voting smart come election day. Who take bread? PPP. Who build hope? I mean you see. Who ready for let Guyana talk? Standing strong for all. Stand back, PPP. Your record spoil. The people watching we boiling oil. And you got plan, got people too. Not just power, but purpose true. Wave up green, let them know. We not taking lies no more. Stand back, PPP. You failed the test. Time for you. Time for the best. PPP talk sweet, but the beef still hungry. Oil money flowing, but the top dry for we. AP and you rise up, the truth they hear. Time for real leadership, time for green. Drill for green. Stand back, PPP, you fail again. We're still waiting while y'all driving Benz. Up on you, they back strong like steel. We come for justice, not crooked deal. You failed the farmers, failed the nurse. Signed big contract, but made it worse. Stand back, red flag, we break your spell. Green coming strong like a mission bell. We remember your promises, sweet like cane. But now we only feel the pain. Roads have done, jobs disappear, but PPP still cheering every year. Ollie in suit, jog Deo in jet, but people still drown when the roads get wet. Too much show, too much spin, while the poor still praying for a win. But Abaya knew where others break, and Abaya give more than they take. We not about show, we about results. We not playing with the people's pulse. Stand back, PPP, time don't reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Up and you ready, hand on the wheel. We driving forward, Guyana go heal. You fail with bribes, fail with plan. You take oil, but now help man. Stand back, PPP, you had your time. Now up and you day in the climb. Red party full of cousin and crew. Them boys take contract while we can't chew. Gold and oil, but where the school? PPP rule like we nation a tool. Ape you to walk street, ape you ask how you living behind the mask. No more silence, no more delay. We voting smart come election day. Who take bread? PPP. Who build hope? I'm you see. Who ready for let Guyana tall? I'm you standing strong for all. Stand back, PPP. Your record spoil. The people watching, we boiling oil. Deep and you got plan, got people too. Not just power, but purpose true. Wave up green, let them know. We not taking lies no more. Stand back, PPP. You feel the test. Time for I'm new. Time for the best.
in the climb.
PPP talk sweet, but the people still hungry. Oil money flowing, but the top dry for we.
APN no rise up the troop, they here. Time for real leadership, time for green. Body crane feel lean, time for green. But that PPP, you feel again. We still waiting while y'all driving Benz. APN with their back, strong like steel. We come for justice, not crooked deal. You feel the farmers, build the nurse. Sign big contract, but made it worse. Stand back, red flag, we break your spell. Green coming strong like a mission bell. We remember your promises, sweet like king. But now we only feel the pain. Roads half done, jobs disappear. But PPP is still cheering every year. Ali in suit, Jack Dio in jet. But people still drown when the roads get wet. Too much show, too much spin. While the poor still praying for a win. But happen yet where others break. And happen get more than they take. We now bout show, we bout results. We not playing with the people's pulse. Stand back, PPP. Time done reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Hippie, you ready? Hand on the wheel. We're driving forward. Guyana go heal. You filled with bribes, filled with plan. You take aisle, but nah help man. Stand back, PPP. You had your time. No, I'm a day in the climb. Red party full of cousin and crew. Them boys take contract while we can't shoot. Golden aisle, but where the school? PPP rule like we nation a tool. Letting you walk street, letting you ask how you living behind the mask. No more silence, no more delay. We voting smart come election day. Who take bread? PPP. Who build hope? I mean you see. Who ready for let Guyana talk? Standing strong for all. Stand back, PPP. Your record spoil. The people watching we boiling oil. And you got plan, got people too. Not just power, but purpose true. Wave up green, let them know. We not taking lies no more. Stand back, PPP. You failed the test. Time for arm you. Time for the best. PPP talk sweet, but the beef still hungry. Oil money flowing, but the top dry for we. AP and you rise up the truth they hear. Time for real leadership, time for green. Drill for green. Stand back, PPP, you fail again. We're still waiting while y'all driving Benz. Up on you, they back strong like steel. We come for justice, not crooked deal. You fail the farmers, fail the nurse. Sign big contract, but made it worse. Stand back, red flag, we break your spell. Green coming strong like a mission bell. We remember your promises, sweet like cane. But now we only feel the pain. Roads have done, jobs disappear. But PPP still cheering every year. Ollie in suit, job day or in jet. But people still drown when the roads get wet. Too much show, too much spin. While the poor still praying for a win. But Abaya knew where others break. And Abaya give more than they take. We not about show, we about results. We not playing with the people's pulse. Stand back, PPP, time done reach. Too much scandal, too much speech. Up and you ready, hand on the wheel. We driving forward, Guyana go heal. You fail with bribes, fail with plan. You take oil, but now help man. Stand back, PPP, you had your time. Now up and you day in the climb. Red party full of cousin and crew. Them boys take contract while we can't chew. Gold and oil, but where the school? PPP rule like we nation a tool. Ape you to walk street, ape you ask how you living behind the mask. No more silence, no more delay. We voting smart come election day. Who take bread? PPP. Who build hope? I'm you see. Who ready for lead Guyana tall? I'm you standing strong for all. Stand back, PPP. Your record
oil, but nah help man. Stand back, PPP. You had your time, now have a new day in decline.
Yeah. Koreana fed up now. Them take we oil, them take we trust. All we get bright, bacchanal and body system. Red, corrupt, blue. Confused, time to vote smart, vote green. Nothing got the plan, nothing is the man. Don't vote red, them full of thief. PPP just bringing more grief. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and scam. Win full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green for justice and land. Vote green for nothing demand. Ali where me money, Jagio, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys they in show. Ali they grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them throw champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars, we see who flying and who behind bars. Them say development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Don't vote red, corruption reign. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and bluff. Win looks sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Ali with me money, Jadeo, where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash. Yeah, contract going, triple cost. Kickbacks flight, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone. Nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. Yeah, PPP mash up every dream. While Norton building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. Who got the plan? Norton. Who for the people? Yeah. Who take the treasury? We want change, then vote for more. Vote green. Don't vote red, they mash we land. PPP thief like Ali Baba band. Don't vote blue, they just arrive. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green till justice done. North on their mission, not for sure. He fixing what them mash up long ago. Vote green, wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for NU to reclaim the stake. Vote green. Vote green. Yeah. Vote green. Vote green. Vote green. Yeah. Vote green. Guyana awake. Guyana awake. Yeah.
Guyana fed up now. Them take we oil, them take we trust. All we get bribe, bacchanal, and body system. Red, corrupt, blue. Confused, time to vote smart, vote green. Norton got the plan, Norton is the man. Ribbon to him money, put them for a pan. Don't vote red, them full of teeth. PPP just bringing more greed. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and scam. When full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green for justice and land. Vote green for nothing, the man. All you and my money, Jagdio, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys they ain't show. I lead a grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them toast champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. see who flying and who behind bars. Them said development, but we see dust. PPP, not for people, it's for greed and lust. Don't vote red. Come option rain. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue. It's glitter and bluff. When looks sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green. For peace and pride. Vote green. Come join the right side. Ali, where my money, Jack Dio, where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash. Contract going triple cost, kickbacks flying, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone, nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. PPP mash up every dream while Norton building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. Who got the plan? Lord time. Who for the people? Yeah. Who take the treasury? PPP. Yeah, sure. We want change. Then vote for more. Don't vote crude, they mash we land. Like a Alibaba band. Don't vote blue, they just arrived. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green, till justice done. Not in the permission, not for sure. He fixing what them mash up long ago. Vote green, wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for Ep New to reclaim the stake.
It wasn't me. Use a strong lead, even Jarl and did play for Chris. All we get brave, bacchanal and body system. Red, crop, blue, confused. Time to vote smart, vote green. Norton got the plan, Norton is the man. Horton the mother, you draw to in. Don't vote red, them full of teeth. PPP, just bringing more grief. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and scam. When full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green for justice and land. Vote green for Norton the man. Ali where my money, Jack the O, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys they in show. Ali they grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them toast champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars, we see who flying and who behind bars. Them say development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Vote red, corruption reign. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and bluff. Win looks sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Ali with me money, Jack the O, where's where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash.
Contract going triple cost, kickbacks flying, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone, nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. PPP mash up every dream while not building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain.
Who got that plan? Who got your time? Who for the people in you?
Yeah,
Who take the treasury? You sure we want change?
then vote for more.
Vote red, they must we learn. PPP, beef like Ali Baba Ban. Vote blue, they just arrived.
Now them acting like them save we life.
Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green, justice done. Norton the permission official. He fixing what they mash up long ago. Vote green, wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for you to reclaim the state. Just arrive. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green, respondents one. Vote green, till justice done. Nothing made region laugh for sure. He fixing what them mash up long ago. Wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for MU to reclaim the stake. It wasn't me, wasn't me, wasn't me. Me. It wasn't me. Wasn't me, use a strong reason me.
Diana fed up, now them take we, all them take we trust. All we get right back on a Lamborghini system. Red, corrupt, blue, confused, time to vote. Smart, vote green. Nothing got the plan, nothing is the man. Bullet in the man, bull grease, stamp on. You know to come, don't vote. Red, them full of teeth. PPP, just bring him more green. This glitter and scam, win full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green, for justice and land. Vote green, for North and the man. Only want me money jacket, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys stay in show. Only they grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them toast champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars, we see who flying and who behind bars. Them say development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Vote red, corruption reign, friends, family, favorites again. Go vote blue, this glitter and bluff. Win look sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green, for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Only when the money jack they owe, where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash. Low contract going triple cost, kickbacks flying, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone, nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. PPP mash up every dream while not building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. Who got the plan?
No out for the people.
Yeah, who take the treasury? PPP, you sure we want change?
Then vote for more. Vote red.
They mash we land, PPP thief like Ali Baba Ban.
Don't vote blue,
They just arrived, now them acting like them save we life.
Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green, till justice done. North and the permission not for show. He fixing what they mash up long ago.
Everyone,
Wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for NU to reclaim the stake.
Them take we aisle, them take we trust. All we get bribe, bacchanal, body system. Red, corrupt, blue, confused, time to vote smart, vote green. Norton got the plan, Norton is the man. Ribbon to him money, put them for a pan. Don't vote red, them full of teeth. PPP just bringing more greed. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and scam. When full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green, for justice and land. Vote green, for nothing, the man. All you and my money, Jack Dio, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys they ain't show. Our leader grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them toast champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars, we see who flying and who behind bars. Them said development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Don't vote red, come option rain. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and bluff. When look sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green, for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Ali where my money, Jack Dio, where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash. Contract going triple cost, kickbacks flying, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone, nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. PPP mash up every dream while Norton building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. Who got the plan? Norton. Who for the people? Yeah. Who take the treasury? PPP. You're sure? We want change. Then vote for more. Don't vote crude, they mash we land. PPP thief like a Alibaba band. Don't vote blue, they just arrived. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green, till justice done. Not in the permission, not for sure. He fixing what them mash up long ago. Vote green, wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for Ep New to reclaim the stake.
Yeah. Guyana fed up now. Them take we aisle, them take we trust. All we get bribe, bacchanal and body system. Red, corrupt, blue. Confused, time to vote smart, vote green. Norton got the plan, Norton is the man. Don't vote red, them full of teeth. PPP just bringing more grief. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and scam. Win full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green for justice and land. Vote green for nothing demand. Ali where my money, Jack Dio, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys, they ain't show. I lead they grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them throw champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars, we see who flying and who behind bars. Them say development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Don't vote red, corruption reign. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue, is glitter and bluff. Win looks sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Hollywood me money, Jageo, where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash.
Yeah, contract going, triple cost. Kickbacks fly, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone. Nurse migrating from dusk till dawn.
Yeah. PPP mash up every dream. When Norton building up real team. He walked the ground. He know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. Who got the plan? Norton. Who for the people? Yeah. Who take the treasury? We want change, then vote for more. Vote green.
Don't vote red, they mash we land. PPP thief like Ali Baba band.
Don't vote blue,
They just arrive. Now them acting like them save we life.
vote green. We stand as one. Vote green till justice done. Norton the mission now for sure. He fixing what them mash up long ago. Vote green, wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for NU to reclaim the stake. Vote green. Vote green. Yeah. Vote green. Vote green.
Don't.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Use a strong reason me.
Guyana fed up, now them take we, all them take we trust. All we get right back on a land body system. Red, corrupt, blue, confused, time to vote. Smart, vote green. Nothing got the plan, nothing is the man. But in the man, gold, grease, tampon. You know to come. Don't vote, red. Them full of teeth, PPP, just bring him more green. It's glitter and scam, win full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green, for justice and land. Vote green, for North and the man. Only want me money, Jageo, where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys they ain't show. Only they grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them toast champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars, we see who flying and who behind bars. Them say development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Vote red, corruption reign. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and bluff. Win looks sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green, for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Alley where me money, Jageo, where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash.
Go. cast, kickbacks flying, the people lost. New school, open teacher gone, nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. PPP mash up every dream while nodding, building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. We got the plan, no out for the people. Yeah, who take the treasury? PPP, you sure we want change? Then vote for more. Vote red. They mash we land. PPP thief like Alibaba ban. Don't vote blue. They just arrived. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green. We stand as one. Vote green. Till justice done. Not on their permission, not for show. You fixing what they mash up long ago. Wave the flag. Wave your flag. Wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done. Guyana away. It's time for Enya to reclaim the stake. It wasn't me. Use a strong lead, even strong and deeply focused. All we get bright bacchanal and body system. Red, crop, blue, confused. Time to vote smart, vote green. Norton got the plan, Norton is the man. Norton the mother, you draw to in. Don't vote red, them full of teeth. PPP, just bringing more grief. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and scam. When full of talk, but they got no plan. Vote green for justice and land. Vote green for North and the man. Ali where my money jag the oh where's the dough? Guyana drowning while them boys they in show. Ali they grinning in jacket and tie, but school still broke and the poor man cry. Billions in oil, but we still see rain. Flood in the yard while them toast champagne. PPP running for friend and kin. If you not related, you can't get in. Same old tricks, same old lies, but this time Guyana wise. We see the mansion, we see the cars. We see who flying and who behind bars. Them say development, but we see dust. PPP not for people, it's for greed and lust. Vote red, corruption reign. Friends, family, favorites again. Don't vote blue, it's glitter and bluff. Win looks sweet, but not real stuff. Vote green for peace and pride. Vote green, come join the right side. Ali where my money jag the oh where's the cash? Guyana rich, but we live in trash. Contract going triple cost. Kickbacks flying, the people lost. New school open, teacher gone. Nurse migrating from dusk till dawn. PPP mash up every dream while not building up real team. He walked the ground, he know the pain. He ain't driving Dubai, he walking rain. Who got that plan? Who got your time? Who for the people in you? Yeah. Who take the treasury? You sure we want change? Then vote for more. Vote red, they mash we land. PPP beef like Alibaba ban. Don't vote blue, they just arrive. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green, justice done. Norton the permission official. He fixing what they mash up long ago. Vote green, wave your flag, wave up your fist if you're fed up with drag. PPP days done, Guyana awake. It's time for it new to reclaim the skin. Just arrive. Now them acting like them save we life. Vote green, we stand as one. Vote green, feel justice done.
burgers to the streets of GT. We've been waiting long for real unity. Red and green done take we for fool, while the rich get richer and change the rule. Now a man rise up, bold and true, as Rudin say this land belong to you. Not just promise, not just plan, but dignity back for every woman and man. Blue wave rising, time for win. Justice starting right within. Billionaire with a poor man heart, as Rudin ready for a brand new start. Lift your voice, raise your hand, win for the people, the whole Guyana land. Not red, not green, but bright and true. The color of hope now shining is blue. PPP and PNC, they're trembling now, cause when party coming and they don't know how. It's not bribe, it's not race, but truth we bring. A leader who walk the talk, not just sing. For too long we watched them eat and rob. Now we ready to rise, not beg for job. As Rudin building school, house and pride, not just for show. He dep on we side, he rich, yes, but not blind to pain. He can't sleep while we living in strain. Not just power, not just fame, but giving back in the people's name. So much for vote, so stand up strong. Guyana's future can't be wrong. Blue is for peace, blue is for plan. Blue is the wave of the common man. Meno wave rising, wind on the way. From Lethem to Linden, hear what we say. Win for justice, win for light, win for poor man, get back he right. As Rudim, lead we proud, make the people voice speak loud. Blue for we, blue for all, it's time for Babylon system fall. Soca strong base, unity and reform.
Harry, sedan ainult en reform.
From the fields of Burbs to the streets of GT, we've been waiting long for real unity. Red and green done tech we for fool, while the rich get richer and change the rule. Now a man rise up, bold and true, as the written say this land belong to you. Not just promise, not just plan, but dignity back for every woman and man. Blue wave rising, time for win. Justice starting right within. Billionaire with a poor man heart, has room ready for a brand new start. Lift your voice, raise your hand, win for the people, the whole Guyana land. Not red, not green, but bright and true. The color of hope now shining is blue. PP and PNC, they trembling now, cause when party coming and they don't know how. It's not bribe, it's not race, but truth we bring. A leader who walk the talk, not just sing. For too long we watched them eat and rob. Now we ready to rise, not beg for job. As Rudin building school, house and pride, not just for show. He dep on we side, he rich, yes, but not blind to pain. He can't sleep while we're living in strain. Not just power, not just fame, but giving back in the people's name. So much, so vote, so stand up strong. Guyana's future can't be wrong. Blue is for peace, blue is for plan. Blue is the wave of the common man. Blue wave rising, wind on the way. From Lethem to Linden, hear what we say. Win for justice, win for light, win for poor man, get back he right. As Rudin, lead we proud, make the people voice speak loud. Blue for we, blue for all, it's time for Babylon system fall. Soca strong days and reform.
Imagine a reality where every choice you've made has spawned a new universe. Welcome to the multiverse, a theory that suggests we might be one of infinite worlds. Every decision, no matter how small, creates a ripple effect that can alter the course of your life. Now imagine if each of these decisions created a new branch in the fabric of reality. This is the essence of the multiverse theory. It suggests that for every possible outcome to every decision ever made, there exists a separate, parallel universe. Scientists and theorists have long pondered the existence of these parallel worlds. Some believe that these universes are constantly interacting with our own, influencing events in ways we cannot yet comprehend. Others think they exist in isolation, never to be discovered or experienced by us. The multiverse theory challenges our understanding of reality and our place within it. It opens up a realm of possibilities that are as exciting as they are daunting. If true, it means that every action we take is not just a step in our own journey, but a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of countless other lives and worlds. So, as you go about your day, remember that every choice you make could be creating a new universe. The multiverse is not just a concept for scientists and philosophers, it is a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within each moment. Welcome to the multiverse, a place where every decision matters and every possibility exists. The multiverse theory suggests our universe is just one of many. These alternate realities could differ slightly, or be completely unrecognizable. Quantum mechanics hints at the multiverse. For example, the many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum decision creates a new universe. String theory also supports the idea with multiple dimensions beyond our perception. This groundbreaking field of physics explores the behavior of particles at the smallest scales, where the classical laws of physics no longer apply. At this level, particles can exist in multiple states at once, a phenomenon known as superposition. This has led scientists to propose the existence of parallel universes, where every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs. These parallel universes are not just a theoretical concept, but are supported by mathematical equations and experimental evidence. The implications of this are profound, suggesting that our universe is just one of an infinite number of universes, each with its own version of reality. The many worlds interpretation was first proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in 1957, and has since gained significant support within the scientific community. According to this theory, every time a quantum event occurs, the universe splits into multiple branches, each representing a different possible outcome. This means that there are countless versions of ourselves living out different lives in parallel universes. The many worlds interpretation challenges our understanding of reality and raises intriguing questions about the nature of existence and free will. If every possible outcome is realized in some universe, what does that mean for our choices and actions? Are we truly in control of our destiny, or are we just one of many versions of ourselves playing out different scenarios? String theory is a theoretical framework that attempts to reconcile quantum mechanics and general relativity by proposing that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not particles, but tiny, vibrating strings. These strings can vibrate at different frequencies, giving rise to the various particles and forces we observe. One of the most fascinating aspects of string theory is that it requires the existence of additional dimensions beyond the familiar 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. In some versions of string theory, there are as many as 11 dimensions, most of which are hidden from our perception. These extra dimensions could provide the key to understanding the fundamental nature of reality and the connections between different universes. By exploring these hidden dimensions, scientists hope to uncover the underlying principles that govern the multiverse and unlock the secrets of the cosmos. If infinite universes exist, does free will matter? Are we living in the best version of reality? Or is our universe just one of countless possibilities? The multiverse expands our imagination and challenges our understanding of reality. Could we one day prove it exists? Or is it forever beyond our reach? The concept of the multiverse is not just a flight of fancy. It is rooted in some of the most cutting-edge theories in physics and cosmology. Scientists are delving into the mysteries of quantum mechanics, string theory, and cosmic inflation to understand how multiple universes could coexist. Particle accelerators, like the Large Hadron Collider, are probing the fundamental particles of the universe, searching for clues that might hint at the existence of other realms. The vastness of space and the limitations of our current technology make it a daunting challenge. Yet the human spirit is undeterred. We continue to gaze into the cosmos, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desire to uncover the secrets of the universe. What do you think of the multiverse? This idea has sparked countless debates and discussions among scientists, philosophers, and enthusiasts alike. It invites us to ponder profound questions about our place in the cosmos and the nature of reality itself. Share your thoughts and subscribe for more cosmic mysteries. Your engagement helps us explore these fascinating topics further. Join us on this journey as we delve into the wonders of the universe and beyond. Together we can unravel the mysteries of the cosmos and expand our understanding of the multiverse.
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is New York City, USA, a city that never sleeps and is always buzzing with energy. The Big Apple is a hub of excitement, culture, and diversity, where every street corner tells a different story. Founded in 1624 as a trading post by Dutch colonists, New York City has evolved into a global hub of commerce, culture, and innovation. Its rich history is reflected in its architecture and landmarks. New York City is home to some of the world's most iconic landmarks, each with its own unique story and significance. Stand in awe of the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of freedom and democracy, welcoming millions of immigrants to the shores of America. Take in the dazzling lights of Times Square, the crossroads of the world, where the energy is palpable and the atmosphere electric. Walk through the vast expanse of Central Park, an urban oasis in the heart of the city, offering a peaceful retreat from the bustling streets. Discover world-class museums like the Metropolitan Museum of Art, MET, where you can explore art from different cultures and eras, and the Museum of Modern Art, MoMA, showcasing contemporary masterpieces that push the boundaries of creativity. Explore the historic neighborhoods of Greenwich Village, known for its bohemian vibe and artistic heritage, and Harlem, each with its unique charm and cultural significance, where the roots of jazz and the Harlem Renaissance still resonate. Don't miss a visit to the One World Observatory for stunning views of the city skyline, offering a perspective like no other. New York City is a place where dreams come true, offering endless opportunities for exploration, entertainment, and inspiration. From Broadway shows to rooftop bars, the city's nightlife is unparalleled. Its rich history, vibrant cultural scene, and iconic landmarks make it a must-visit destination for every traveler. Whether you're a first-time visitor or a seasoned explorer, New York City always has something new to offer. Beyond its famous attractions, New York City boasts a dynamic street life, bustling with energy and diversity. The city is also home to a wealth of hidden gems waiting to be discovered. Stroll through the High Line, an elevated park built on a historic rail line offering unique views of the cityscape. Explore the trendy shops and eateries of Chelsea Market, where you can find everything from artisanal foods to unique souvenirs. Experience the vibrant atmosphere of the Brooklyn Bridge Park, offering stunning views of the Manhattan skyline, perfect for a leisurely walk or a picnic. Indulge in NYC's diverse culinary scene, from classic New York-style pizza that you can grab on the go, to gourmet dishes at Michelin-starred restaurants that promise an unforgettable dining experience. Don't forget to experience a Broadway show, a quintessential New York experience that showcases the city's artistic excellence and vibrant culture. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the vibrant streets and iconic landmarks of New York City. We hope you feel inspired to explore its countless wonders and hidden gems. Stay tuned for our next thrilling adventure in Cairo, Egypt, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights, rich history, and unforgettable experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting travel guides and tips. Safe travels, and see you soon!
Shubman Gill. The flame that rekindled a nation's roar. India crushes England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. At Edgbaston, under skies once dominated by English triumphs, India scripted a thundering statement. Led by a resplendent Shubman Gill and fueled by a fiery deep, India dismantled England by a colossal 337 runs, a result as emphatic as it was historic. This was more than a win. This was India roaring back, not just into the series, but into global contention with a fire unseen since the golden eras of West Indies and Australia. And standing at the very heart of this revival is one man, Shubman Gill. A bat that speaks for a nation. Gill's breathtaking twin efforts, 269 in the first innings and 161 in the second, were innings of legend, not just for their numbers, but for their timing, their class, and their message. He batted with the serenity of, the dominance of Ponting, and the relentless focus of, but with a Gill flair all his own. No Indian captain has ever scored 430 runs in a single test, and no player in the history of the game had ever scored a double century and a 150 in the same match until now. His bat didn't just put runs on the board, it put belief in the dressing room. Bowlers fed off his calm. Fielders surged with energy. Even England looked stunned. Deep, from prospect to phenomenon. With the ball, India didn't just match England, they outclassed them. And leading their bowling charge was the tireless Deep, who ran in like a man born to make history. In the final innings, he claimed a magnificent 6-wicket haul, finishing with match figures of 10 wickets and delivering blows that shattered England's resistance and confidence. His seam movement, aggression, and consistency silenced the Holly stand and announced India's pace depth even in the absence of. He didn't just ball deliveries, he balled daggers wrapped in thunder. India, out-batting, out-balling, outclassing. India out-basketballed baseball on English soil without their best fast bowler, with their young captain playing only his second test in charge. Every line of England's strategy was shredded, outlasted and outscored. India's bowlers outthought and outfoxed. India's gapped, outled and outclassed. By the end, England weren't just beaten, they were buried under a mountain of scoreboard pressure and Indian brilliance. The rise of a new era. Shubman Gill's leadership is no longer a promise. It is now a pillar of a new era, an India team that plays with grace, grit, and utter ruthlessness. The team is united, the dressing room is buzzing, and the fan base is surging with belief again. Gill's appointment as captain may well go down as the single most decisive move in modern Indian cricket, a visionary call that has already begun to reshape destiny. The series comes alive. With the series now level, India heads to Lords with momentum, confidence, and purpose. The ghosts of collapses past are exorcised. England is shaken. The world is watching. And India, led by a 24-year-old phenomenon, is roaring louder than ever.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame. Every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd. Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark. Guided by that inner eye. Rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd. Voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark. Guided by that inner arc. Shall I be a rising high underneath the painted sky? With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is Cairo, Egypt, a city that bridges ancient history with modern life. Cairo, founded in 969 AD, has a rich history influenced by Pharaonic, Greco-Roman, Coptic and Islamic periods. It is home to some of the world's oldest and most famous monuments. Cairo is a city where ancient and modern worlds blend seamlessly. Start your journey with a visit to the pyramids of Giza and the Sphinx, iconic symbols of Egypt's ancient civilization. Explore the treasures of the Egyptian Museum, home to an extensive collection of artifacts, including the famous Tutankhamun exhibit. Visit the historic Islamic Cairo district, where you can wander through the bustling Khan el-Khalili Bazaar and admire the stunning architecture of Al-Azhar Mosque and Sultan Hassan Mosque. Don't miss the Citadel of Saladin, offering panoramic views of the city. Cairo's rich history and culture make it a fascinating destination, offering a unique blend of ancient and contemporary experiences. Its iconic landmarks, vibrant markets and warm hospitality make it a must-visit for any traveller. Beyond its famous attractions, Cairo boasts a lively cultural scene and a wealth of hidden gems. Experience the vibrant atmosphere of the city's streets, where modern life mingles with historical charm. Enjoy a traditional felucca ride on the Nile River, offering a peaceful escape from the city's hustle and bustle. Indulge in Egyptian cuisine at local eateries, where you can savor dishes like koshari, foul medams and freshly baked bread. Don't forget to sample traditional sweets like baklava and basbousa. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Cairo. We hope you feel inspired to explore its wonders. Stay tuned for our next adventure in Sydney, Australia, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights and experiences. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel for more travel guides. Safe travels!
One in Guyana, the song from the rivers wide to the golden shore. We rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure, this place we love forever pure. One guide and our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jagan Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One guide our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul.
From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Whoa, 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 whoa. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure, this place we love forever pure. One guide and our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand, hand, hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend.
peace. We walk on grace, depend. A place of nation, all unity we claim. With justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand. With healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call to build a future that uplifts all. All live independently, bold and proud. With freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One Guyana, our song and our stand.
voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand. Get healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jagan Burnham's call, to build a future, no mirth all. All live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear, a brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people,
One in Guyana, the song. From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jagan Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear, a brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land.
divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Whoa, 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 whoa. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand, hand, hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace, we walk on grace depend. A place of nation, all unity we claim. With justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand. With healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call to build a future that uplifts all. All live independently, bold and proud. With freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole.
Episode 2, The Rising Waters, Noah and the Flood. Main text, Genesis 6:9 series. Introduction. From the heights above the earth, with the gaze of heaven itself, we journey through the great stories of Scripture. These are not just ancient events. They are living revelations. As we soar over sacred scenes, let us behold the majesty, the tragedy, the redemption, and the glory. This is Heaven's Eye View, where faith meets the skies. Episode narration. The world had grown dark, not with nightfall, but with wickedness. The hearts of men were bent toward evil continually. Violence filled the earth, laughter mocked righteousness, and the Creator who once called his world good now grieved over his creation. But in the midst of corruption, one man stood blameless: Noah. He walked with God when no one else dared to. And God chose him, not just to survive, but to carry the promise forward. "Build an ark," said the Lord, "not a boat for escape, but a vessel of salvation." It would take years, it would defy reason, it would provoke ridicule. But Noah obeyed. He gathered wood. He followed the divine blueprint. He warned his neighbors. He waited. Then, when the time was fulfilled, the animals came, 2 by 2, male and female, drawn by an unseen hand, lions and lambs, birds and beetles, beasts and crawling things. And Noah, with his family, entered the ark. The door shut, and the first raindrop fell. It began as a whisper from heaven. Then it turned into a roar, rain from above, waters bursting from beneath. The fountains of the deep released their fury. The world drowned in judgment. Mountains disappeared, cities vanished, all flesh perished, save those in the ark. For 40 days, rain. For 150 days, the waters rose. But above the flood, the ark floated, secure, safe, sheltered by God's design. Then slowly, the waters began to recede. The ark came to rest on the mountains of Ararat. A raven flew, then a dove, then another dove, returning with an olive leaf in its beak. Hope had grown again. At last, the land was dry. Noah stepped out into a new world, a world washed clean. He built an altar and worshipped, and God answered, not with fire or thunder, but with a rainbow, a promise painted in the sky. I will never again destroy the earth with a flood, said the Lord. The covenant was sealed not by punishment, but by grace. The rainbow still stretches across our storms today. It whispers that mercy triumphs over judgment, that obedience opens the door to salvation, that even when the world falls apart, God provides a way through. We all face floods, waters that rise, storms that rage. But if we walk with God, if we obey when it doesn't make sense, we too will find refuge in His ark of grace. And when the waters recede and we stand again on dry ground, we'll lift our eyes and see the colors of covenant still shining above us.
Jamaica, land of wood and water. Emerald valleys kissed by the Caribbean sun, beaches so white they make you blink. But Jamaica is more than just a pretty face. It's a vibe, man, a rhythm. It gets under your skin, stays with you long after you've left. I remember my first time. Stepping off the plane, the air hit me. Thick, humid, smelling of salt and something sweet I couldn't place. Hibiscus, maybe? Didn't matter, I was hooked. This island, it doesn't hold back. It grabs you by the soul and pulls you in. The music, the food, the people. It's an assault on the senses in the best way possible. Let's talk about the landscape. Jamaica's got it all. Beaches that stretch on forever, white sand blindingly bright, water so clear you can see your toes 10 feet deep. Then there's the Blue Mountains, majestic, shrouded in mist, home to the best damn coffee in the world. Waterfalls cascade down lush green hillsides. Dunn's River Falls, a natural staircase of cool, refreshing water. Reach the top, you feel like you can conquer the world, or at least eat another jerk chicken patty. But it's not just about the big stuff. It's the little things, too. The way the light filters through the palm trees. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore. The smell of frangipani in the air. The real beauty of Jamaica? It's the people. Warm, welcoming, always smiling. They have a way of making you feel like family, even if you've only just met. They're survivors, these people. Strong, resilient, full of life. They'll tell you stories that'll make you laugh, stories that'll make you cry, stories that'll stay with you long after you've left. Life here isn't always easy, but they face it head on with a smile and a song. Their spirit, it's infectious. It makes you want to be a better person. Music is the heartbeat of Jamaica. It's everywhere you go. Reggae, the soundtrack of the island. Bob Marley's message of love and unity still resonating today. Ska with its infectious upbeat rhythm. Dancehall, high energy, pulsating, keeping the party going till dawn. Music is in their blood, these people. They live it, breathe it, feel it in their soul. Go to a sound system clash, watch the dancehall queens battle it out. Or find a local bar. Listen to a band play reggae classics under the stars. You'll understand what I'm talking about. My Jamaican vibe. I remember this one time I was in this little village outside Montego Bay. Stumbled upon this tiny bar tucked away down a side street. Local band playing, people dancing, drinking Red Stripe. The energy was electric. I felt it in my chest, this primal beat. Before I knew it, I was up and dancing too. No rhythm, no coordination, just pure joy. That's what Jamaica does to you. It strips away all the pretense, all the bullshit, leaves you with this raw, authentic experience. It's liberating, man. One love, one heart. Jamaica, it's a place of contradictions, poverty and wealth, beauty and hardship, all existing side by side. But through it all, there's this spirit of resilience, of hope. It's a place where you can lose yourself, find yourself, reinvent yourself. A place where you can leave your worries behind and just be, in the moment, present, alive. Jamaica, it's not just a destination, it's a state of mind. Beyond the beaches. Sure, the beaches are stunning, but venture beyond them. Hike through rainforests, climb waterfalls, explore hidden caves. Jamaica's beauty runs deeper than the coastline. Visit a local market, haggle for souvenirs, try exotic fruits you've never even heard of. Chat with the locals, hear their stories, learn about their lives. Jamaica's heart lies in its people, its culture, its soul. Take the time to discover it, and you'll be richly rewarded. Jamaica calling, so what are you waiting for? Book that ticket, pack your bags, and get ready for an adventure. Jamaica's calling, man. Are you gonna answer?
I remember the day I left home like it was yesterday. The sun was setting over our quiet countryside, casting long shadows on the fields I had known all my life. I was Levi, the younger son, bursting with dreams of adventure, convinced there was a world waiting for me beyond the horizon. I approached my father, my heart racing, and demanded my inheritance. It felt like a bold declaration of independence, but deep down, I was just a boy yearning for something more. When I finally stepped into the city, it was everything I had imagined and more. The lights dazzled me, the sounds were intoxicating, and the people, oh, the people. I was swept up in a whirlwind of excitement, living life to the fullest. I spent my days chasing thrills, and my nights lost in the revelry of newfound friends. But as quickly as the good times came, they slipped through my fingers like sand. I poured my inheritance into a life of excess, thinking I could buy happiness. But the city, with all its allure, turned cold. One by one, my so-called friends vanished when the money ran dry. I found myself alone, hungry, and desperate. I took a job feeding pigs, a far cry from the life I once knew. I remember staring at the slop, wishing I could fill my own stomach with even a fraction of what I was feeding them. In that moment of despair, clarity washed over me. I realized I had squandered everything, not just my money, but my dignity and my dreams. I thought of my father, the love he had always shown me, and the home I had taken for granted. The shame weighed heavy on my heart, but a flicker of hope ignited within me. I decided to return, not as a son, but as a servant, unworthy of his love. As I made my way back, each step felt like a journey through my own regrets. I rehearsed my apology, but deep down, I feared his disappointment. Would he even want to see me again? But as I approached our home, I saw him. My father stood at the edge of the road, scanning the horizon, waiting for me. The moment our eyes met, everything changed. I stumbled forward, ready to confess my failures. But before I could utter a word, he ran to me. His arms enveloped me, and I felt a love so profound it washed away my shame. "Welcome home," he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. In that embrace, I understood the depth of his grace. It wasn't about my mistakes. It was about his unwavering love. We celebrated my return with a feast, a reminder that redemption is always possible. I learned that no matter how far we stray, love can always bring us back home.
Did you know that the Titanic was never meant to be the world's fastest ship? Yet, its tale has raced through history, captivating millions worldwide. Today, we delve into the fateful journey of this behemoth of the sea, a journey that ended in one of the most infamous maritime disasters ever. Our story begins in the early 20th century. The year is 1910, and the Titanic is just a blueprint in the minds of the illustrious designers at Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast. This wasn't just an ordinary blueprint, but a design for a ship that would be the epitome of luxury. Over the next 2 years, this blueprint began to materialize into existence. The Titanic was crafted from over 3 million rivets and approximately 30,000 tons of steel. The ship's mammoth hull was the largest moving man-made structure of its time, truly a marvel of engineering. The workforce was comprised of a staggering 15,000 men, who toiled day and night, braving hazardous conditions. The tremendous feat of constructing this Titan took around 26 months to complete, a testament to the dedication and hard work of the workforce at the shipyard. Today, we explore the journey of this colossal ship from being a mere blueprint to a legend in maritime history. Fast forward to April 10th, 1912. The Titanic, now the largest moving object ever constructed by human hands, embarks on its maiden journey from Southampton, England, to New York City. On board are over 2,200 individuals, a diverse mixture of both privileged and underprivileged, originating from various backgrounds and cultures. Among them are wealthy aristocrats seeking the thrill of a new adventure, immigrants filled aspirations for a better life in the land of opportunities, and hard-working crew members, all endeavoring to ensure a successful voyage. Each passenger, each soul aboard this magnificent vessel, carries with them a unique story, dreams and hopes for their journey across the vast Atlantic. As the Titanic majestically traverses the vast expanse of the Atlantic, the passengers and crew aboard are entirely unaware of the lurking danger presented by iceberg fields just around the corner. It's a pertinent detail that iceberg warnings had indeed been relayed to the Titanic. These warnings didn't fall from the sky, but were rather sent from nearby ships navigating through identical routes, having caught sight of the impending icy threats. The recipient of these alarming communications was the Titanic's wireless room, a communications hub teeming with experienced operators. Yet, despite the urgency, these warnings were tragically dismissed. The current of dismissiveness was fueled by a blend of arrogance and misplaced confidence in the ship's state-of-the-art design and perceived invincibility. Meanwhile, the Titanic, under the command of its ambitious crew, plows ahead, ironically, the very speed it prided in serving as the hand that seals its doom. For in the cold, dark night of the Atlantic, a monstrous iceberg waits, prepared to bring this symbol of human achievement to its watery grave. On the fateful night of April 14, 1912, precisely at 11:40 p.m., the reputed unsinkable ship, the Titanic, confronts an immovable behemoth. An iceberg, shrouded in the pitch darkness of the North Atlantic, violently rips into the Titanic's steel hull. The iceberg's jagged underbelly slashes open the ship's side, rupturing 5 of its supposedly watertight compartments. This catastrophic damage, far beyond what the ship was designed to withstand, starts an irreversible sinking process. In the immediate aftermath of the collision, a wave of panic and disbelief sweeps through the ship. The crew members hastily scramble to assess the damage, their faces etched with as they realize the grave consequence of the encounter. Simultaneously, the passengers, roused from their slumbers, emerge from their cabins bewildered and shaken. They share anxious glances, their festive atmosphere abruptly replaced with a chilling sense of impending doom. In less than 3 hours, the Titanic, once a beacon of man's victory over nature, tragically yields to the icy, unforgiving waters. The sinking of the Titanic is a tale steeped in human ambition and nature's might, a narrative of dreams shattered and lives lost. It serves as a stark reminder of our vulnerability and the power of the elements that surround us. We embarked on a journey that started from the conception of the Titanic in the year 1910, through its meticulous construction and grand launch, to its tragic end in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. We delved into the events leading to the disaster, the colossal iceberg collision, and the subsequent sinking of the majestic ship. But the Titanic's story goes beyond a simple tale of human hubris and the indomitable power of nature. It's a stark reminder of the lessons we've learned, torn from the pages of maritime history. The Titanic disaster was a turning point, a catalyst for change in maritime safety regulations. Its sinking immediately provoked a sea change in global attitudes towards maritime safety. In the aftermath, the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, SOLAS, was established, fostering improvements in safety provisions for ships, including the mandatory use of radio for distress signals and the provision of enough lifeboats for all passengers. The story of the Titanic also had a profound impact on public perception of technology. It shattered the illusion of an unsinkable ship, revealing the stark reality of technological fallibility. This disaster served as a wake-up call to engineers and designers worldwide, prompting them to question the infallibility of technology and to reconsider how safety should be integrated into design processes. The Titanic's story, one that continues to captivate us over a century later. It's a tale that reminds us of the transient nature of life and the impermanence of even our most monumental achievements. Amid the vast expanse of history, the Titanic's story may appear as a single thread, but it is a thread that shines brightly. It is a testament to our collective memory, our fascination with the past, and our enduring capacity to learn from our mistakes, making significant strides in safety and changing our approach to technology. As we ponder over the lessons from the depths, we can't help but ask ourselves, what if the Titanic had avoided the iceberg? What if the warnings of icebergs ahead hadn't been ignored? The ship had received numerous iceberg warnings, yet they were not taken seriously. If the crew had heeded these warnings, they could have changed course or reduced speed, and the Titanic might have avoided its tragic fate. But let's say the Titanic still met with the iceberg. Could the tragedy have been averted with better communication and leadership? The ship was unsinkable, or so they thought. This overconfidence may have led to a lack of preparedness, contributing to the disaster. If the crew had been better equipped, trained, and led, could the loss of life have been minimized or avoided? While we can't change the past, we can learn from it to avoid similar tragedies in the future. To ensure that the Titanic's legacy is not in vain, we must remember the lessons it has taught us about hubris, the power of nature, and the importance of preparedness. As we move forward, let us carry these lessons with us, ensuring the Titanic's story continues to echo not as a symbol of disaster, but as a beacon of learning and growth.
India's golden ticket. Route stands between India and the potentially fragile English lower order.
What is nothing? Can it truly exist? From philosophy to science, the concept of nothingness has sparked some of the deepest questions in human thought. In this video, we will explore the philosophical roots of nothingness, delve into scientific perspectives, and examine its implications in our understanding of the universe. Join us as we embark on a journey to unravel the mysteries of nothingness. The Greek philosopher Parmenides argued that nothing cannot exist, as even thinking about it gives it form. In contrast, Buddhist philosophy sees nothingness as a state of enlightenment, a void free from attachment and desire. Existentialist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre view nothingness as central to human freedom, where the absence of predetermined essence allows for absolute choice. Martin Heidegger, on the other hand, explores nothingness in relation to being, suggesting that it reveals the fundamental nature of existence. In science, the closest we get to nothing is the vacuum of space. But even in a vacuum, quantum particles blink in and out of existence. This challenges the idea that nothingness is truly empty. Recent discoveries in quantum field theory suggest that these particles are fluctuations in the quantum fields that permeate space. These fluctuations have profound implications for our understanding of the universe's origins. They could help explain how the universe emerged from nothing, a key question in cosmology. On a personal level, nothingness raises existential questions. What happens when we die? Do we return to nothing, or is there something beyond? For many, confronting nothingness is both terrifying and liberating. It forces us to reflect on the meaning we create in life. Contemporary philosophers and psychologists suggest that facing nothingness can lead to profound personal growth and transformation as we seek to find purpose and meaning in our existence. Perhaps the true power of nothingness lies in its contrast with something. It's the silence that gives music its meaning, the darkness that lets the stars shine. What do you think? Can nothingness ever truly exist? Join the discussion in the comments and subscribe for more explorations of life's biggest questions. Throughout this video, we've explored the concept of nothingness from various angles: philosophical, scientific, and artistic. We've seen how nothingness can be a canvas for creativity, a space for reflection, and a subject of deep inquiry. Share your own thoughts and experiences with nothingness in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more thought-provoking content. Throughout history, various cultures have had different interpretations of nothingness. In ancient Egypt, the concept of Nun represented the primordial waters of chaos from which all life emerged. These waters were considered the source of all creation, yet they themselves were formless and void, embodying the essence of nothingness. Gap 2S. In Hinduism, the idea of shunyata, or emptiness, is central to understanding the nature of reality. It's not a mere absence, but a profound state of potentiality and interconnectedness. Shunyata teaches that everything is interdependent and that emptiness is the true nature of all things. And at Gap 2S, these historical perspectives offer a rich tapestry of thought on the nature of nothingness, showing us that the concept is as diverse as the cultures that ponder it. They remind us that nothingness is not just an abstract idea, but a fundamental part of the human experience. Gap 3S. What other cultural interpretations of nothingness do you know? Share them in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into the mysteries of existence. Modern science continues to explore the concept of nothingness, delving into realms that challenge our very understanding of reality. Theories in quantum mechanics and cosmology suggest that what we perceive as nothing is actually teeming with activity at the subatomic level. These theories propose that even in the emptiest parts of space, there is a flurry of unseen events. In quantum mechanics, the vacuum of space is not truly empty. It is filled with virtual particles that constantly pop in and out of existence, a phenomenon that challenges our very understanding of what nothing means. This constant activity suggests that nothingness is far more complex than we ever imagined. Gap 2S. Moreover, the idea of a multiverse where multiple universes exist simultaneously further complicates our grasp of nothingness and existence. Each universe could have its own unique properties and laws, making the concept of nothing even more elusive. If our universe is just one of many, then the nothing between these universes could be a fertile ground for new realms of existence, each with its own set of physical laws and realities. This opens up endless possibilities for what nothing could entail. Gap 2S. These scientific perspectives force us to reconsider our traditional notions of nothingness. They push the boundaries of our understanding and invite us to think more deeply about the nature of existence. They reveal that what we once thought of as void and empty may in fact be a dynamic and bustling frontier waiting to be explored and understood. This new frontier is filled with potential discoveries that could revolutionize our understanding of the universe. Gap 3S. How do these scientific theories change your perception of nothingness? Do they make you question what you thought you knew about the universe? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. We would love to hear your perspective on this fascinating topic. And if you enjoyed this exploration, make sure to like and subscribe for more fascinating insights into the nature of reality. Stay tuned for more deep dives into the mysteries of the universe. Artists and writers have long been fascinated by the concept of nothingness. This elusive idea has inspired countless works across various mediums, each attempting to capture the essence of the void. From the minimalist art movement to existentialist literature, nothingness has been a powerful theme. It challenges creators to strip away the superfluous and focus on the core of human experience. Works like Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot and Kazimir Malevich's Black Square invite us to contemplate the void and find meaning in the absence of form. These pieces provoke thought and introspection, urging us to look beyond the surface. Gap 2S. In Waiting for Godot, Beckett presents a stark, empty stage, devoid of elaborate sets or props, where characters wait endlessly for an entity that never arrives. This perpetual waiting becomes a metaphor for the human condition, highlighting our search for purpose and meaning. This absence becomes a canvas for existential questions, prompting us to reflect on our own lives and the nature of existence, forcing us to grapple with the meaning, or lack thereof, of our own existence. It is in this void that we often find our deepest fears and our most profound insights. Gap 2S. Similarly, Malevich's Black Square is a radical departure from traditional art. It strips away all recognizable forms, leaving us with a pure, unadulterated expression of nothingness. The painting is literally a black square on a white background, a stark contrast that draws our attention to the simplicity and depth of the piece, devoid of detail or narrative. This lack of complexity forces us to confront the emptiness and find our own interpretations. Yet, in its simplicity, it challenges us to find depth in emptiness, to see beyond the obvious and explore the infinite possibilities within a single, unadorned form. To see the infinite possibilities within a single, unadorned form. This exploration of nothingness becomes a journey into the unknown, where each viewer brings their own experiences and emotions. Gap 2S. These artistic explorations push the boundaries of how we perceive nothingness, challenging our preconceived notions and encouraging us to see the world in a new light, urging us to find beauty and meaning in the void. They invite us to embrace the unknown and find comfort in the absence of certainty. They remind us that sometimes it is in the absence of everything that we find the most profound truths. In the silence and emptiness, we discover the essence of our being. Gap 3S. What are your thoughts on the artistic interpretations of nothingness? How do you perceive the void and its impact on art and life? Share your perspectives in the comments below. Let's start a conversation about the beauty and complexity of nothingness. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more explorations into the enigmatic nature of reality. Your support helps us delve deeper into these fascinating topics. In this chapter, we hear from individuals who have grappled with the concept of nothingness in their own lives. They share their unique perspectives and experiences, offering us a glimpse into how this abstract idea has shaped their thoughts and actions. Through personal reflections and interviews, we explore how the idea of nothingness influences their worldview, creativity, and sense of purpose. Gap 2S. Ambient music begins softly. These stories reveal the profound impact that contemplating nothingness can have on one's life, often leading to unexpected insights and revelations. Meet Sarah, an artist who finds inspiration in the void. Her journey into the realm of nothingness has transformed her approach to art and life. For me, nothingness is a blank canvas, she says, her voice calm yet reflective. It's a space where anything is possible. It's a space where anything is possible. It allows me to create without boundaries, to explore the depths of my imagination. It allows me to create without boundaries, to explore the depths of my imagination. Gap 2S. Sarah's work is a testament to the power of embracing nothingness, turning it into a source of endless creativity. John, a philosopher, shares his thoughts. His philosophical inquiries have led him to view nothingness as a profound and liberating concept. Nothingness is the ultimate freedom, he explains. It's the absence of constraints, a realm where we can question everything and find our own truths. It's the absence of constraints, a realm where we can question everything and find our own truths. Gap 2S. For John, nothingness is not a void to be feared, but a space for intellectual exploration and discovery. Maria, a writer, finds solace in the concept of nothingness. Her writing process often begins with embracing the emptiness of a blank page. When I write, I often start with a blank page, she says, her tone contemplative. It's daunting, but it's also liberating. It's daunting, but it's also liberating. That emptiness is where my stories come to life. That emptiness is where my stories come to life. Gap 2S. For Maria, nothingness is a fertile ground for creativity, a place where new ideas and narratives emerge. These personal stories offer a deeply human perspective on an abstract concept. They show us that nothingness can be a source of inspiration and growth. They remind us that nothingness is not just an emptiness to be feared, but a space for potential, creativity, and profound reflection. Gap 2S. Music swells gently. Embracing nothingness can lead to new beginnings and endless possibilities. How has the concept of nothingness influenced your life? Reflect on your own experiences and consider how this idea has shaped your journey. Share your experiences in the comments below. We would love to hear your thoughts and stories, and if you've enjoyed this exploration, Like and subscribe for more journeys into the enigmatic nature of reality. Music fades out. Join us as we continue to delve into the mysteries that shape our existence. Day 9. Prayer for loneliness and isolation. Scripture focus. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34, verse 18. Compassionate Father, you see the heart that feels invisible. You hear the silence where no one else listens. To the one who feels abandoned, overlooked, or forgotten, you are near. And so today, I cry out not just for companionship, but for communion with you. When the rooms feel empty and the days stretch long, remind me I'm not alone. You're Emmanuel, God with us, God with me. Your presence fills every quiet moment and every aching void. Where people may fail or fade, you remain faithful. Lord, speak to the soul that longs for connection. Bring healing to the one who feels unworthy of love or has been wounded by it. Restore joy, renew hope, send divine friendships, those led by your Spirit, grounded in truth and filled with life. Let this season of solitude become sacred. Let me grow roots in your presence. Let me hear your voice clearly and receive your love deeply. And when the time is right, connect me with the people you've prepared, those who will walk beside me in faith and love. Hymn of comfort. No one ever cared for me like Jesus. There's no other friend so kind as he. No one else could take the sin and darkness from me. Oh, how much he cared for me. Thank you, Lord, that even in loneliness, I am never forsaken. You're the friend that sticks closer than a brother. My heart finds rest in you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Welcome back to Divine Wonders, the Miracles of Jesus. Today, we enter the synagogue in Capernaum, where Jesus confronts and defeats the forces of darkness. This miracle reveals Jesus' authority over evil and his power to deliver us from spiritual bondage. In the synagogue in Capernaum, Jesus encounters a man possessed by an impure spirit. The spirit recognizes Jesus and cries out, "What do you want with us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." Jesus commands it to be silent and to come out of the man. The impure spirit obeys, and the man is freed. The people are amazed at Jesus' authority over unclean spirits, and news about him spreads throughout the region. Mark 1:21-28. To appreciate this miracle fully, let's explore the historical and cultural context. Demon possession was understood as a severe affliction, often isolating individuals from society. Synagogues were central to Jewish communal and religious life, making Jesus' public confrontation with the demon significant. In ancient Jewish culture, demon possession was often seen as a manifestation of severe spiritual oppression. The synagogue, a place of worship and community gathering, was an important setting for this miracle, highlighting Jesus' public ministry and his confrontation with spiritual darkness. Theologically, this miracle demonstrates Jesus' authority over evil and his power to liberate those in spiritual bondage. The recognition of Jesus by the impure spirit underscores his divine identity. Jesus' command and the spirit's immediate obedience highlight his supreme authority over the spiritual realm. This miracle also emphasizes Jesus' mission to confront and defeat the powers of darkness. By freeing the man from the impure spirit, Jesus reveals his role as the deliverer and protector of humanity from evil forces. Spiritually, this miracle reassures us of Jesus' power to overcome any evil force that oppresses us. It invites us to trust in his authority and seek his deliverance from our own spiritual struggles. The response of the people in the synagogue, amazement in spreading the news about Jesus, encourages us to share the message of his power and authority. First, trust in Jesus' authority. This miracle reminds us to trust in Jesus' authority over all spiritual forces and to seek his help in overcoming our struggles. Second, deliverance from bondage. Jesus' power to deliver the man from the impure spirit assures us of his ability to free us from any form of spiritual bondage. Third, proclaiming Jesus' power. We are encouraged to share the good news of Jesus' power and authority with others, bringing hope and deliverance to those in need. Reflect on areas of your life where you need Jesus' deliverance and authority. How can you seek his help and trust in his power to overcome spiritual struggles? How can you share the message of his authority and deliverance with others? Thank you for exploring the healing of the demoniac with us. In our next episode, we will see Jesus' compassion as he heals Peter's mother-in-law. Make sure to subscribe and share this journey with others. Until next time, may you experience Jesus' power and deliverance in your life.
Hope in the waiting. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31 NKJV. Waiting is never easy. Whether it's waiting for healing, direction, provision, or breakthrough, the in-between seasons can feel long and uncertain. But God doesn't waste our waiting. Isaiah 40:31 promises strength to those who wait on the Lord, not because of their own endurance, but because of the one they're waiting on. When we place our hope in him, we're lifted above the weight of our circumstances. We begin to see with new eyes and feel his strength sustain us. Eagles don't panic when storms come. They soar above them, carried by the wind. That's the picture God gives us of what it means to trust him fully in the waiting, not worn down, but lifted up renewed, refreshed, and empowered. If you're in a waiting season, hold on to hope. God sees you. He's working, even when you can't see it, and in his perfect time, he'll renew your strength and set you soaring. Prayer. Lord, help me to trust you in the waiting. Teach me to rest in your promises and believe that you are working behind the scenes. Renew my strength and lift my heart with hope today. Amen.